All right, good morning. Welcome back. Hope you had a good weekend. Get this set up. It's 9:15. We're going to be streaming, trading, analyzing. Just get some things set up, fix this title. Gotta have a red record. Gets the people going. My computer, it's like it's still on vacation, but 3-day weekend. Computer's gotta rest. Okay. Wakey wakey. Go. Sharing it on Twitter. And all you Discordians. Okay. Morning, MT. How was your weekend? Got about 10 minutes. And natural gas gapped up a bit. Up and back down. Economic data today. I want to make sure I don't let it throw me off from my TA, because my lesson from last week to myself was listen to myself. Just listen to myself. It's too often where even my videos, if I went back and just followed the TAs I gave in videos, I would have done a lot better, but I do it for a little bit, and then I don't know, I try to make it too complicated, and then I'll listen to myself and miss out. Glad the weekend is over. Morning, down row. All right. OPEC monthly report. Oh, maybe that moved nat gas for some reason. No, I don't know what that was. 3-month bill auction, 6-month bill auction. FOMC member Williams speaks. 52-week bill auction. So not a whole lot. Williams speaks at 3 p.m. So not much data at all today, it looks like. OPEC says world oil demand to rise by 2.2 million BPD in 2023, unchanged from previous forecast. China's 2022 property investment falls for first time since 1999. I saw what San Francisco's property values, or was that something about their property values declining for like the 15th month in a row? Goldman Sachs missed profit estimates. Fed's manufacturing index 32.9 versus negative 32.9 versus negative 11.2 in December. Is that bullish? Is that what made us kind of rally a little bit into open? Sort of, not really. What was that, 8:30? That was this. No, that was right here. That was. Canada. Inflation slows to 6.3% year over year. Did they just get their CPI? In December versus 6.4 was the estimate. Canada CPI down 0.6% on a month. I thought they got theirs before ours. That could be bullish. Towards the trade motion. Right track to a deposit. Is Evergrande defaulting again? Little Rev made some moves. I guess that was last week. SDC's up some pre-market. Newegg. APRN, of course. We have Revlon, the bankrupt OTC. I can't remember what did I have for these sketchy plays. I had Carvana, I think. That one's up a bit. I think Hellbiz was up a little bit. We'll see. These might just sell it off at open. BBBY, whoa, big rally up from that low. This was like negative or down 10%. And look at that. Bounced right back up. I was at that 8:30. That data came out. Like BBIG might be a good play for today, just staying flat from yesterday. Nice little consolidation. It's only had like 1 day move so far, so that one could be good. Crypto rally, stocks are pumping again, assuming Bitcoin is up. Sketchy plays. Ariana Grande? No, we can't. Can't do that. Okay. Yeah, Carvana is my sketchy one, and then Hellbiz. And venture capitalist firms invested $2.3 billion in crypto startups in the fourth quarter of 2022, a 75% drop from the same period in the previous year. Ouch. Last week, for the first time ever, the European Union imported more energy from the US than from Russia. Huh. US likely to refill strategic oil reserves slowly. Starbucks and DoorDash are partnering. Deliver Starbucks. FTX spent $40 million on hotels, food, and travel in just 9 months. 40? Legit, for driving like a Prius and living in an apartment with like 15 other college kids, that's a big spender. Manhattan apartment sales fell by nearly 30%. Oh, is this the bullish news on nat gas? Wait. At 9 o'clock, it had a pop. Freeport LNG export plant in Texas starts taking nat gas from pipelines over MLKJ weekend. U.S. 10-year Treasury yield falls to U.S. session low of 3.5%. Market's pumping into open. Got about 4 minutes. So it's had a pretty good rally here, but who's to say when it's over? Definitely looks like it wants at 400 today even. See if it even comes up and retests some of these highs this week. It'd be pretty big, but maybe just slower week. We'll see. But momentum's there for the upside still. Morning, Skrills. Merca! You don't like Dash? Apron does look good, yeah. Ooh, Arrival. Yeah, I wanted to get maybe some exposure on Arrival. One of the sketchy ones that hasn't been talked about much. I didn't like that candle, but perhaps just some consolidation will do. It means whale teeth, and I need to figure out kind of what to do. BBY with this sell-off makes me want to short more puts, but I just think I'm crazy for thinking that again. So maybe I'll do GME puts, short puts. With the volume on this bounce, I mean, it's a little bit better, a little bit higher volume, but for how low it is, it's not very confidence inspiring so far. So feels like something like here even. Yeah, 2 minutes. Nat gas broke that low. Morning, Denker. Dash has the highest fees, worst promos. A lot of room to space, and they're gonna be slowing. I haven't looked at their fees. Yeah, DoorDash just seems to partner with everybody. So we end up using DoorDash, I feel like, more than anything else. We don't do a whole lot of food delivery, though. Right. Going through pause. Pause a BBY date. Don't get your hopes up. I wouldn't think. I think tomorrow would be the soonest. But could be wrong. I mean, it needs some chilling out. Still needs to chill out. Neg is up pre-market. SDC. Is that real? Is IronNet really up that much? All right, market opened. There's APRN, Rev. NVCN with a big gap up. Talking Paris article on fees and menu item price. Oh yeah, yeah. Like what do we get? Like Chipotle, and I guess we could get it through Uber Eats, but we always get it through DoorDash because they're partnered with them. I think. I don't know. Maybe it's cheaper if you use like the partnered one. All right, let me get some levels here on buy. Already broke its pre-market. Wow. Suppose a break of yesterday's high would be bullish. Look at it go. Yeah, it's like right at the level from yesterday. Updated Weeble. I don't know anything that's different though. Whoa, it literally hit it. Oh no, 3.10. High gas drop through the bottom. APRN looks like it's ripping a bit. Roblox is up. Open the gates. BBBY almost green. Wow. So I'm thinking if we get some good price action, I might do some more covered calls on BBY again today. I'm still not sure on my short puts on BBY if I realized a loss or just broke even. It's kind of confusing. Let's see. BY max pain on BBBY is 450. $4.50. Market couldn't make a new high there. So rejected that new high. See if it makes some kind of range here. Might be a good short up there, but I'll be patient. Shorter week. Sometimes a shorter week can work in their favor. I don't know if it's necessarily a good thing ever or not. Yeah, I didn't look at max pain on BBY last week, but I was thinking about it. I don't know if I said on stream, but the fact that the sell-off on BBY was towards the end of day, to me, looked much more like profit taking. I was surprised how well it held up in the beginning of the day because they weren't just shutting it down. So that made me really bullish. And then, of course, the sell-off the second half of the day was, not as bullish, but it just looked a lot more like profit taking. So if you're seeing the max pain drop 50%, then yeah, it could be just because a lot of calls got sold here, I would assume. APRN kind of just same level. Whoa, GME with a pop-up, 2%. Not bad. Low volume though. I mean, max pain will come down a lot as more puts go long and calls get sold. You need GME to get going. I mean, GME, I feel like it's gonna have like a consolidation week. I don't know why. It's had this pretty big move up on just low volume. I think just like a couple days at least of somewhat flat before it really rips, if not a retest, but seeming less and less like a retest of any sort of low. Market's moving down a little bit on that. Vulcan. Mara, yeah, the crypto stuff's just rallying. A tear. I like to tear. Look at the ones that I'm in. I'll biz it down a bit. Ron is up a little bit. You agree on GME? Just already got calls. Yeah, that's true. I guess the IV on the calls might, um, you know, they might not come down. Maybe got the best deal on them, regardless, even if we have some consolidation. BBY, GME looks like they're just following the market now. Just bigger swings on BBBY. 6.5%. Look for support at like 3, kind of the top of this day. We'll see if that kind of holds a support. 3-1. Fiverr making some moves. ISPO. Fiverr's up 13%. The chart's not too bad. Could see something like that on BBY. SPY's coming down here. Vulcan got halted. It's a low float though. It's not a huge deal. ISPO up 30%. Another one of these charts looks very similar. Okay, SPY's coming down here. Wait a minute. Yeah, I said this one in the morning might be good. We'll see. It needs to break this high from yesterday, Friday. Look at that volume on BBBY. 8 million. Still pretty good volume. Thanks, Ace. Thanks for joining, guys. Appreciate it. Thanks for your thumbs up. Psst. Neovask. Is that how you say that? Yeah. ISPO is going to get halted. Vulcan's going. What about something like birds? No sympathy there? What would be it? Well, help is sort of. One's down. Yeah. Seems like the basket's kind of just feeling the market for now. We'll see what obligations are met tomorrow. See if it can unhinge from the market. I think it's going to the right. BBBY. I think it's going right. No, I think it'll consolidate for a bit and then yeah, I don't think the rally's over. I could see new highs on this rally for sure. I got to give it a couple days at least, kind of cool off, let the IV come down some. You know, these options aren't attractive at this point, so a couple days won't do a whole lot, but it'll do something. So it could rally up some more this week. Tomorrow especially, we'll keep an eye on it, and you know, I might get a Wednesday little pump, maybe Thursday, but I expect this week to be somewhat of a consolidation. But yeah, just enough to get people to sell and close and lose the excitement, and then it'll probably start rallying again. Yeah, the IV is not attractive at all for buyers. For sellers, it's beautiful. In fact, let me sell some IV. Should I sell 4.5? Yeah, I think that gives me profit on it. I'm just gonna check what the BBBY weekly. You could probably do it on TD also, but on E-Trade I just know where it is. Let me detach. Come on. All right, so here's the BBY chart for a 4.5 call this week. So where are we? 17. Oh, it really hasn't changed price much at all today. The high today was what, 84 cents. Now it's 74. Why am I seeing different? Oh, that's 17 days. Never mind. Makes sense. All right, 4.5 on here. There we go. Ah, there. This makes more sense. Yeah, it had more fluctuation today, I think. Not a whole lot though, really. All about that morning IV to sell. So the high here was 50 cents and now it's 36 cents. So getting close to a 50% drop if you sold IV at the highest today. You could have bought it back 50% less. That is neat. I'll put an order for like 45. Do another little pump. So if that doesn't fill in like 10 minutes, I'll probably just lower it down. Mullen, what's up, David? Good morning. Hope you had a good, nice, restful, long weekend. Mullen is moving up. Big gap down. Is this news? It was weird. Opened up, gap down, but moving up a little bit. I know this one's been hyped quite a bit lately. Need to see kind of the whole EV space rip to help this one. So just really looking at Tesla as a leading or as a support. Not looking bullish to me though at this point. Even if it does fill this gap, it's got some. MACD's crossed over bearish. Got red under the 9 moving average. I mean, yeah. I kind of just chopping around. GME is super illiquid. Yada yada yada. BBY moving up a little bit here. Hopefully these cover calls will get filled. A little aggressive. Let me see what that price was. Market's moving up some. Yeah, the high today was 50 cents. 45 wouldn't be too bad. The little unnerving thing about covered calls, or even any selling premium in the morning, which is the best time to sell it typically, is just you don't know like the direction or what's going to happen that day. It's like, oh, BBIG did break that high. So I mentioned BBIG, and I think this one, because this one definitely has historically had big moves. And it's been somewhat lagging. They will only be, if it does this, it'll only be the second day really of its kind of a rally. NVCN, there's ISPO. There's a little move up. Looks like net gas is maybe bouncing. I don't want to go long there. Yeah, I'm gonna go along with one nat gas. Oh, it filled. You're loaded on BBIG? Nice. Thanks, David. Appreciate it, man. The yeah, I was watching M game a little bit. Yeah, it's got a nice, I mean, volatile, but it's got a nice move up going on. Mullen does look like it wants to regain. There's BBIG. Market's moving up here. If we get a confirmed breakout, I probably will go long actually. Play the dumb breakout. BBBY moving up a little bit. Still waiting on this contract to fill. So it's gonna be, that's the beauty of covered calls on high IV. I'm selling 24 of them. I have 2,400 shares, and these are just weekly, so there's only 3 days left. 4.5 call, which doesn't seem very high, but that's pretty far. That's a big percentage from where we are now. Not to say I couldn't get there, but the premium I'm receiving to sell 2,400 or 24 of them. I don't know. I don't know where it is. I'm not familiar with this. I think it's like $1,000, like $1,000. So $1,000. Give a long buyer the right to buy BBBY at $4.50 by Friday. Oh yeah, BBIG. Nice. Yeah, looks solid. When you say I'm loaded on BBIG, I'm hyped for you, but I feel like most people that say that are loaded on it, like, way up here. But maybe not. So it did break that resistance, which if it can hold up above that, that'd be good. Look for 87 cents. Kind of 87.49. So kind of, yeah. 90 cents, really. 90 cents, and then, of course, that dollar. All right, doesn't look like SPY wants to break out, setting up an engulfing candle. Got 5 minutes on it though. That gas moved up a little bit. Contracts are green. Gringo. Yeah, all the crypto ones. Whoa, right. Dumped it open. Another pharmaceutical. You got all the medical ones. Therapeutics. Yeah, that's true. What I've been mentioning aren't sketchy. These ones are sketchy. All these 4-ticker sound like robot model names. GME actually holding its grind up 2.5% on low volume. I'm not in the position to be able to sell covered calls, but I maybe would sell some on GME. Even though the IV, like the option premiums aren't crazy. Oh, they've come up. They've pumped them actually pretty good. 140%. Yeah, that's almost That's almost double what it was at the beginning of this slow melt up rally. I need to remember, I need to make a note. Actually, Don, or maybe any of you guys, do you guys have, and I've looked, I haven't looked too much, but you guys might know off the top of your head. A chart, I want like a chart for option IV. That's kind of an oversimplification. But basically, I want to be able to, I guess I could just look at the actual contract. When a contract at the money for weekly, say like this one or this one, I want a chart of the IV swing on it, basically. I guess that'd be kind of difficult since it's changing every day with the date. But still, yeah, do you guys know of like a IV charting? I can't closing your shorts. Yeah, that's true. Biotech has been rallying. So basically, GME has, I think, trading it just on the IV actually might be the best to just get rid of all the noise of the chart. And this could go for a lot of stocks, but I've just not looked at them close enough. But when the IV on GME is in the 80s, it's like it's buy, and you don't even have to look at the price. It's just a go long time, and not necessarily on the weeklies or at the money. Like just that's kind of the cue. All right, SPY is moving up here. Ooh. Oh, it broke it. It broke it. All right, gonna be patient. See if this actually breaks and holds. But I will, yeah, I will go long if it does. This bear market rally is does not need to be over yet. That gas moved up. I maybe got a nice bottom on that. High closing short Jimmy testing Friday's high. BBY, no. I mean, it's moving up with the market, so it's in a fragile place as far as which way it goes while it consolidates. It could slowly melt up or it could melt down, which you'd think it'd come down, but market's pumping. It's probably going to feel some of it, which looks like it is. Might be a good short here. I don't know if I want to do it. So early. Look at the overall IV30. Okay, yeah. So is that charted though? So yeah, I haven't really looked at the IV30. On here, that would be what, current IV? 52 week. Yeah, you could just even look at this. So the highs and lows. That's crazy. That's a 52 week. Has our IV really not pumped more than 136%, or is this maybe just averages? IV ranks 69%. I'm guessing this is the IV30, this current IV. Yeah, it rejected it. BBY, let's see, is our contract filled? Not yet. I might need to lower it. That little pump, I needed it. I'm gonna go to 40. Go up a little more, 42. I'm gonna go to 40. 40 I like. All right, filled. So I've got here you can see it. I've got 24 covered calls weeklies at 4.5 strike on BBY. So $960 in premium just to give someone the right to buy the BBBY shares I have at $4.5 anytime up until Friday at 4 o'clock. Well, technically after, I guess they can exercise. When does that end? 5? That's why you always want to close your premium selling. SPY definitely rejected that high. BBBY didn't move down with that though. HP can add HVIV to the chart. Okay, I need to look into it. I probably can just do that. I'm guessing that current IV is the IV 30, right? You say IV 30, is that like the 30-day average? I don't even know what those stand for. And what's HV? And that gas came back down. Not sure if the long-term trend should be. All right, thanks, Tom. Dev. Have a big move. Yeah, yeah. This might need another day or some more cooling off. That RSI is really high. Like the options aren't really used. What? 24%. Yeah, these are super liquid. PCAT is up. A tear. Looking nice. Ones I bought into, of course, on the high. Ooh, Carvana's not bad. Holding up. APRN. APRN's holding up nice. I might be setting up an engulfing candle here. Yeah. Might take a short. Yikes. Yeah, I'm gonna take a short up here. Whoa. Never mind, look at this. I mean, still want to, but did data just come out? Wow. Oh, someone's talking. Is that, who is that? Someone just said something super bullish. Oh, ECB. ECB just said they're gonna, let's see. Yeah, something the ECB said made the market just pump. BBY is moving up on that too. BBBY is green. Holy smokes. Heavy's estimated volatility of 30 options. Okay. Historical over the past 30 days. Oh, historical. Okay. Right. Historical volatility. Implied volatility, right. Okay. Your daily candles. I don't really use Active Trader Pro. I'll see if I can find it on E-Trade. I don't know if what they said is going to sustain a rally, though. Seems like it wants to. Could be false. I'm gonna wait a bit. I mean, it's a big pump so far. Right after we had an engulfing candle at the top. Holy crap. Oh, okay. Yeah, we might be back in squeeze mode. Yep. Wow. That is, yeah, I don't think that's gonna totally reverse. I think we're breaking out. That's crazy. Bed Bath is feeling it up 4.3% now. This is the sketchy thing about selling premium in the first hour or so. It's just you don't know the direction. But I'm committed to it. I will hold. I think that's potentially a break even at the 4.5. So worst case, I'm out. Oh my God. Look at BBBY move. But again, this is just with the market, so it needs to be kind of on its own to make another big move. But that is pretty impressive. GME didn't really feel it at all, actually. Not much did. That's interesting. BBBY just has a really high beta right now. Carvana got a little love to the upside. I might play the upside on the spot the futures. Wow, there's 400. Okay. Well, I'm definitely gonna wait now. This might just be the top. I'd like to see a retest, but that's a huge candle. I think this is all from ECB. Yeah, ECB may opt for a 25 basis point hike in March after a 50 basis point move in February. Tear is on a tear. I'm surprised Jimmy didn't get any of that pump. This thing just looks like it's shut off for the day. Still on vacation. So those covered calls are down 28%. So if you bought them, you could have made 30% instead of lost it. But give it like 4 or 5 hours, these might be back positive 10%, 20%. Unless if it just keeps going like this, which that would be sick. Look at that. All the market was waiting on was just ECB to say something. Crazy. All right, I guess it's time to start looking at some new levels up here. I mean, that's definitely a level. Somewhere in there. 401. That candle just big. All right, well, it's a breakout. Now maybe look for a dip buy somewhere if I can. Dip long. %7 on BBBY. Oh my gosh. What is the beta right now on BBBY? It's so freaking bullish. That's crazy. I mean, I was saying Friday, like first half of the day, how bullish it was. It was just holding up, consolidating. And then it, of course, sold off to the end of the day. But if it's not going to go down, like, yeah, that's crazy. As you heard me say, I was like, I expect it to kind of consolidate, maybe even come down, but maybe consolidate up a little bit. But I don't think this thing can consolidate up. I think it just has to rip up. Back to $4 it hit. BBIG's up there too. Yeah.
An hour after then, I heard a noise. And it was a hose on.
Now Jimmy's starting to move a little bit, 2.6%. Could have waited on those covered calls. Wow. But you never know. I mean, news comes out. Nothing you can do. US 10-year Treasury yields fall to session low of 3.5%. Yeah. Hit that 4. We need that. We want. I mean, it doesn't seem like they're gonna let the IV. The IV's maybe not gonna come down much before BBBY rips again. With how volatile this thing is, like, it seems like this is probably just gonna stay pumped. Which to me seems like it's gonna be less of a sustained rally, like longer term. There you go. There's BlackBerry. We mentioned this on Friday as a good looking one, as a kind of a lagging hype one, and the chart looks the same as all the other ones that have had big moves, up 7%. Market pumping. Might look for okay, I might look for a long. Like them spies set up a bull flag. Holy crap, 10%. I might have to be rolling these cover calls. Wow. That's crazy. Thanks, Tasty. Appreciate it, man. Thanks for your likes. It's worth a whole lot. I do those on here? Oh, yeah. What do you mean by rolling cover calls? Just buying to close it, just closing it and opening up another one. And the way I roll it is I roll it for more profit if I can, which typically you can no matter what. So closing a cover call and opening up another one with a further date. Can't believe that. That's crazy. I mean, the market pumped there, but out of the few we're looking at, it seems like only their GME starts to go, kind of just lagging a little bit. Let's see. The slow melt up on GME with no volume. Ugh. It's just, to me, it's not very trustworthy. GME no volume, but to get a push right there. Carvana's up 11% now. BBY. There's APRN. Crazy, man. Market's pumping. I should maybe just chase this. Doesn't seem like it wants to settle down too much. BBY is very bullish. I wasn't expecting today to have any pumps like that. It seems like it has really high beta right now. Yeah, you can see it. Look at how much it drops when SPY drops just a little bit. So it's susceptible to swings in the market right now. And I think until tomorrow or later this week is when we'll see if it actually, the rally's going to continue, potentially. Even though it might not happen until next week. Let's see, SPY might be. Big wicks on these candles are crazy. We'll see if SPY might come back down to test this support or this prior resistance. Looks like it's setting up an engulfing for now. Yeah, actually this is gonna close. There it is. Could even take the short up here now. I'm gonna look for probably a long entry. Or just not trade at all. Nice bull flagging. BBBY. So my cover calls are down 42% just in 10 minutes, 15 minutes. What are those going for now? Gotta get this account back over 25K so I can close those out in the same day. But actually, yeah, with BBBY up, I only need to go up a little bit more and then I'll be able to, I'll be back over, but I think I'll probably need to close the end of the day up for it to take effect. A tear. All day nice. BBIG, same deal. PCAT, ISPO, market's coming down here. GME just completely on its own planet. BBBY way more bullish than it should be. Carvana 11%. So let's see. 52-week IV. Oh, 52-week historical there. Okay, so 55%, 165%. 55? I remember last time we saw 55% IV. BBBY consolidating up here Looks like it wants to break that $4. $40. Okay, I'm gonna try and go along. I put an order 40, 28, 25 on the futures. BBY broke the $4. Holy crap. Oh my gosh. Oh, I'm gonna definitely have to roll those. I just had to wait like 15 minutes. That's crazy. Alright. It's a good problem to have. Yeah, Tyler, it definitely looks like it's gonna be a good day. I mean, a half a day basically of a sell-off, and then into this already, 15%. Wow. I mean, this is the consolidation to the upside. It just looks so much more aggressive and violent. Right? Because it is still consolidating in a sense, just from the last couple of days. If you look over here, came up here, came down here. So I guess it's just it could just be a big range. You know, it could be 570, maybe even 520. If we start breaking that, then to me that's not consolidation. That's just bonkers rip rally. If we break this like 520-ish area. This thing is pumping. Holy crap. Okay. $20 is easy. Oof. Maybe. I don't have as bullish of sentiment as a lot of people actually on BBBY. I mean, I stayed in it. I got into it. I got into it here. No, I didn't actually. Actually I did. I had a little bit, a small position. I got some leaps here. So it was a good pickup. Somewhere around here, I got some leaps. But then my big position, Theta Farm, was here after this peak. It wasn't before. It was before Ryan sold, though. That said, everything that caused this was not Ryan Cohen. This was all just a gamma squeeze. Same thing that we have somewhat set up now. So I stayed in it because this was all still here, even through this long meltdown for months since the summer, literally the summer. Because everything that was here stayed there. They just sold it off somehow. So we're starting to see the fruits of that. Starting from a much lower place. Spies breaking new high. I didn't get filled. Didn't get filled. Futures haven't quite made a new high yet. Be patient on my fill. We can bull flag a little longer before it breaks out. Yeah, if there is good news, I could see double digits. You know, up here, maybe it's gap fill. Without good news, I don't know. I just don't think that's happening, but I could be wrong. So far, it's looked very, very good. Just coming out of nowhere. 20% almost. Jeez. First day back. It was crazy with this big of a move. Those calls, though, are only up 88%. So for me, they're down 87%. But if you consider where they were opened at, it was at $3.50 basically, with no upside sentiment. It was just pretty dead, pretty chill. Then this big move, big volume, breaking through resistances all up to 420. They're only up 83%. So on something that has lower IVs, this could have been 100, 200% move, easy. You know, if GME did this right now, that'd be like a 300% move on weekly options. Maybe more, maybe 400%. But that's the thing where it's like, with the IV so high, it's just a big rally right now is just, it's just going to be so difficult. So that's why the consolidation, I think, will still take place, but it's just crazy to see how bullish, how high it's holding up even. And the range it's creating is so high up there, which is good. All looks good. A tear is nice. Market making a new high almost. GME breaking out there a little bit. Okay, I went long on ES. Not sure if it's gonna come to the bottom of the range on that bull flag. So I was looking to get a fill right here, and it doesn't look like it wants to. If it does, come back down here, oh well. But seems like it wants to just break out from here. But at any rate, it is a bull flag after a breakout of that 399, that high that we made from Friday. Oh, that was actually a pre-market high? No. Why isn't it showing that? Oh, that is it. Okay, it's right here. This high, yeah. Okay. I close out of my nat gas. Oh, this is 1 minute. That's what's so weird. Shouldn't have closed the nat gas, or just a little fake out. Oh well. GME is still just no volume. Look at this thing. All right, looks like it's chilling out a little bit under that 4.5 level. I didn't. So when I opened that covered call, it said, "Oh, you can't day trade because your account's under 25K or whatever." So I wasn't planning on closing it today, but we'll see. If I get over 25K, we'll see if they let me close it, because we might be looking at some gap ups again on BBBY. Averages 450. Nice. You can sell. That means you can sell cover calls at 450 or 5 and take advantage of this crazy IV, because that is very beneficial when it is this high. I mean, it's possible. It just rips, and I'm being too conservative with it. The daily, I mean, the daily RSI isn't too hot. 4 hours cooled down enough. All the RSIs have cooled down enough. I should have looked at that before I opened a cover call, I suppose. Well. No, ask questions. That's what this is for. Everyone cover 68 million shares. I don't know. I have to look at the option chain, how many there are. Open interest does not necessarily indicate people exercising. So what was open interest on calls that expired in the money doesn't mean all those calls are getting exercised, or that all those calls were even held. Like I was saying, on Friday, it looked like a lot of profit taking. I mean, a lot of people were selling their long calls the second half of the day. So, yeah, so you don't really know the pressure the market maker has. You can assume it's high if there's a lot of calls expiring in the money, especially that weren't there at the beginning of the week, weren't in the money. And that's, that's the way the gamma ramp works. So SPY looks like it's coming down a little bit. VWAP's pretty high though. I maybe just got a little anxious on my long, but it looks like a nice bullish day. Prediction BBBY today. This is more bullish than I was thinking for today so far. So yeah. It looked like it just had high beta and was just pumping with the market. And it was, but then this move right here, this is probably just kind of a break at the technical level. And this put $4 calls in the money. So breaking that 4 was probably why it moved away from the market and did its own thing there. But that being said, it still looks like it's moving with the market, just kind of in a high beta fashion. So I don't expect a huge move today. Potentially tomorrow we could get something big tomorrow and the next day pre-market, just from last week's options. But already today is extremely bullish. Where, let's see, what's Party City doing? Okay, so yeah, Party City's been kind of an indicator. Look at this thing pump. Similar news, similar stores, very similar time frame, and they might even be in some sort of basket. Honestly, I don't know. This one hasn't been nearly as bullish, but look how well it's holding up. I was expecting something similar to like this to BBY, but BBBY just being a little more bullish. So yeah, this is holding up here though, above that 9 moving average, and this one looks like it could be a good long even, but I don't know a whole lot what's going on with Party City. Even less than I know what's going on with BBBY, which, yeah, let me see. Once I get over, I don't think I'll be able to close that today, which is interesting. I wonder. I mean, yeah, I mean, this gamma ramp, if it's gonna keep setting up this week if they just keep letting the price stay this high and even keep rallying. Got a huge bullish engulfing candle on the hourly, a lot of volume. So those calls went almost in the money, and they're only up 80% from here to here. But now all that IV's pumped back into it, so it's actually gonna have to drop for those calls to lose value, most likely, because they're close to in the money now. That's pretty sick. Tesla's up 5%. Snail that IPO. Does ever make it back to IPO? Whoop. No. SPY's coming back down here. See if it bounces at VWAP, which is also this high from yesterday or Friday. BBY holding up better than the market so far on this little drop. This is the drop I was waiting for to go long. I don't like this little RSI divergence happening here. It is on the hourly, so I don't hold much weight with it, but same things apply. I was waiting for it to hit 400 before reversal. I don't know though. Oh, wait. Wait. BlackBerry's up 6%. BBBY 17%. That check one, oh yeah. Okay, BBY settling down a little bit. But still, holding this level, to me, seems extremely bullish. Even the pre-market trying to shake people out. Down like 10% pre-market. A huge move. 27% pre-market to right now. Buy's holding up above VWAP. Looks good. I want to do more cash secured puts on GME, but it doesn't have, it just keeps slowly melting up without any down days. I'm already like a little uncertain of my, what, 18 and do I have 18 and a half? Wait, where are those? Oh. Yeah, I have 18 and a half cash secured puts on GME. Like, it seems like a far ways off, but it's really not that far. So when it was ripping up here, I thought maybe it'd retest down here, and sure enough, a little bit more patience and it would have seen it coming. That's an engulfing red candle there. But it does still look like a bit of a bull flag. It is holding up above VWAP and that prior support. If it breaks through here, I don't know, I might even flip long to short. Probably would actually. That was my problem on Friday. I actually didn't not flipping, which stings sometimes, but worked for me too. Once a certain level breaks. Look at just a little bounce off of VWAP and BBBY feels it. What? What an unexpected rally to me. Okay. SPY messing with VWAP right now. Oh, the thing is, the futures VWAP is lower. I always gotta remember. The futures VWAP is probably like right here, 398 or so on SPY. It might hold that VWAP on the SPY. That's also that level from Friday, which holds some weight on the futures as well. Or is that higher? Yeah, that was actually a little higher. 4.5 then drop. I make a drop some for sure. It's I mean pre-market it was down at 320, so anywhere in this range today would be nice consolidation between, I don't know, 330 to 450. It's a big range, but that's what we're looking for, is some consolidation on it. Get another root move up, big move up. Okay, futures are now coming down. Oh, I didn't have enough patience on my entry. See if it bounces at VWAP. So here's what I'm looking at. So see, the VWAP down here on futures is lower than what we have on the SPY, which maybe it's like here. If we don't get a bounce there, that would not be good for my long. That long ES is down $600. Gotta remember trading the range. All these like, oh, that's recently viewed. Okay. Whoa, a tear. Still hanging out up there. BBIG almost 20%. Yeah, I mean the same way I was bullish, like Friday was making me more bullish on BBBY. I was holding up. Is I'm having that same feeling today with this just huge rip. Okay, futures are getting close to VWAP. At 40, 20, 25. VWAP's at 40, 19, 13. I would have had a great inverse play. I just inversed. Whoa, that's a pretty big flush. All right, so that flush through the VWAP on the futures. Yeah, I don't like that flush at all. Tempted to close this thing, cut losses. Dang it. Maybe it just false breakout there, I suppose. I mean, it was on that ECB news, but then it held up. So I thought it's holding. Okay, I might actually flip. Just crazy move. Yeah, dang it. BBBY is didn't really feel much of that candle at all, just a little bit. So EU closed at 11:30. And this hourly candle will be closed also. Would not like an engulfing hourly candle for the downside, at least. That would be better for the downside. So BBY is selling down. My covered calls are still, so they're only down 52% now. So I haven't really had IV crush. Haven't really had much IV crush. So we had an engulfing candle here, engulfing candle here. Like this one didn't matter. This one didn't matter. I almost went short on that one, and then that ECB came out. Now BBY is settling down a little bit. A green day on BBY honestly would be pretty bullish. Coming back up a little bit here. Patience. So let's see, is this the... No, the futures are still below VWAP. I might close my long, honestly. I'm not sure we're gonna have a range where we make it back up here, honestly. Yeah, I closed it, took the loss. Sit on my hands for a bit. Market's going up and down. Well, we had the break of 399, which was Friday's high. So, but that was on news from ECB that 25 basis points instead of 50 or something. And then it was holding up, and then it just started flushing. So I don't know if it's catching up to the bond market, because the bond markets I think are down, or if we're seeing something with the dollar. I'm not sure, but that 400 level I was somewhat waiting for to see if it rejects there, because that's kind of a big level, and it did, but I decided to go long there anyways. That said, looks like, I don't know, a range more or less. There's not really any data coming out today. I don't know about this week, but let's see. So pretty range bound. We're kind of near the high of that big head and shoulders. So I feel like we're topping out at some point, but so far we haven't seen it yet. We have 17th, 18th. So retail sales tomorrow, PPI, industrial production. So retail sales and then PPI could have some effect. It's all pre-market. Home builders. Initial jobless claims, that could have some effect. And Fed. Yeah. So next 2 days there's some data. And a little bit of a green candle there, at least on the 5-minute. We're still below futures VWAP though too, so it's not looking like we will necessarily go back up to that high. That's why I closed my long. But that could be just bad trading too. GME holding up really nice, 3.4%. BBBY bounced off of VWAP. A buy? It's a risky one for sure. So we haven't heard much from the company. I mean, the media's definitely run with some of the stuff they've said about the bankruptcy. Yeah. Highly speculative. So this might be the bottom of the range today. On the SPY. I just want to get back into my long. If there was a time, it would be now. There is that RSI divergence. This happened engulfing, so maybe it's not a good time to go long. Maybe it's better for the short. We did hit that 400. Yeah. Maybe a move back to VWAP. I'll grab a short. But Bed Bath holding up very nice. Look at this week's options on BBBY. That four level is going to be big again. Put some more close on. I'm cold. 23,000. Yeah, closing above 4 be very bullish end of week. Four and a half, not as much OI on that. And then 5, not crazy. But yeah, the thing is as BBBY moves up, it might it might not get a whole lot more action on the options because they're just so expensive. So our gamma ramps may be set until, consolidation and it getting cheaper to go long on calls. Tear now, 30%. So I want to work on listening to myself this week. Listening to what I say and actually doing it and not just saying it and then doing something different for some reason. BBIG up 23%. Yeah, see a lot of these charts look the same. Talked about Terra last week. That looked good. Historically, he's had big moves. Actually, BBIG also. And BB. Let's see what BlackBerry's doing. 6%, not as much, but Still good. They're kind of just taking turns. Carvana's 10%. Not bad. We're up on that position. Got Carvana and then covered calls. I got 100 shares and then 8 strike covered calls. So I guess ideally I'm looking for Carvana to close 7.99. I didn't give a whole lot of room. Cross space is 7.96, so yeah. Now SPY is setting up a little bear flag. Looking more bearish on the market today. This was just a ECB pump. GME. BB. Yeah. I'm in it pretty heavy too, honestly. I reduced a ton of exposure on Friday. Or not Friday, Thursday. But I still have quite a bit of exposure. So my covered calls from this morning are still down. Only down 45% now. Market's coming down here. A little further. Sorry, just clearing my throat. Ooh, I need to get something to drink. Some electrolyte or something. Lennox had post 5 hours ago saying he's bearish on SPY. The main basket this week. Yeah, I mean, SPY did just hit that 400 level and somewhat reject, so yeah. Has this RSI divergence on the hourly. Falls an engulfing candle, which isn't closed yet. We've got about 30 minutes for that. But yeah, somewhat bearish. BBY has already been more bullish than I thought it would be today, so that is that. Look at the volume on Friday, that big rally day. Pretty low on SPY. If you remember, we gapped down and then we gapped down on bad bank earnings. Like bad earnings, bad bank earnings, and for whatever reason the market just pumped. So it did feel a little fake, that pump. So if the market comes down though, it will have some pull on the baskets. Just depends on, I feel like, how hard, how fast it comes down. It's not too much velocity. It might not matter a whole lot. You know, a lot of these are still up a lot today, and the market is red. Got a tear, BBIG, DCAT, ISPO, Roblox, Nirvana. Hey, Candyman. Yeah, we've been following it. We've been following. I'm surprised how much it pumped today. It's pretty sick, actually. I was expecting a little more flat today. Tomorrow, I could see some pumping happening from yesterday's options, Friday's options closing. But yeah, today just got all sorts of high beta. It looks like when market broke that 400 level from the ECB news. Well, actually, that was back here. So this was then just kind of a technical break of that $4, I think. So Europe closes in 30 minutes. So here's the cover call. I opened this morning, still down 32%. Ace. You wouldn't be so pissed because you like have a short. You just, yeah. All you have to do is just get long exposure, and then you don't need to be pissed. You've been out of it a while. Well, here's your chance to get back in if you wanted to. It's a lot cheaper than when you sold, so you did good. 3.7. It holds VWAP. Markets come down here. I might stop telling you when I'm going long or short on futures just because let me see if it just changes how I play it. Anyways, yeah, BBBY came down to VWAP and yeah, it could probably come to 3.7, I would imagine. Or 3.4. Today's range, I mean, if it stays in this range, I think that'd be pretty bullish. Kind of the pre-market low and that 4.5. I mean, of course it could go up, that'd be bullish too, but just staying in this range would be nice consolidation. But looks like it's moving with the market for the most part, so and GME is just melting up 3.25%. No volume. Where have we seen it like this? Almost, yeah, like here, like that melt up into the split, and then after the split. So, hmm. BBY breaking VWAP a little bit, but the market did come down there some too. These other ones are holding up better. BBIG, a tear. Nice PO, Roblox. Yeah, you have to unlock it with your brokerage. Not like a special clearance. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, you have to apply for it on your brokerage. So you want trade futures, and then you will need some cash balance that they hold for margin, for their margin requirements. So if you're starting, I would probably paper trade it if you're able to. Your brokerage has it too. Start with a paper trade on it. You could do that for, you know, a long time. Just see how the contracts move and how the values of them change and stuff. And then after that, I would start with micros. You could even paper trade micros. That's probably the way to do it. If you're trying to trade like SPY, unless you're trying to go to commodities, or I don't know what you're trying to trade, but like the easiest transition for people that are in stocks and options is just trading the ES futures. So here's natural gas. Natural gas is pretty simple also. /MES, so that's micro ES, which is the S&P 500. The micro E mini S&P 500. Yeah, I would start with these. So you just trade the next date up, the closest date basically. But as it gets closer, you need to check it because, well, at least on natural gas, I kind of got trapped in it. Not trapped, but it got really illiquid. It was weird, and so I was getting bad fills, and then I realized I'm trading the wrong contracts. But I think on the micros, that shouldn't ever be an issue. It's so liquid. Yeah, but I'd start with the MES, and then right now it's the March, so MESH3 /MESH3. And yeah, you should be able to, if you can paper trade it, do that. But just, if you can't paper trade, it's not a huge deal, because just one micro is pretty small. Like, doesn't move that crazy. It's easy to manage. But you will need, I think, $2 grand or $3 grand buying power to be able to open it. So Bed Bath, it's kind of bouncing on that VWAP. SPY's come down a little bit more here. We'll see if it where it goes to. If it breaks this support. This was a nice short opportunity had engulfing. It's kind of a false breakout, it looks like. By end of day, I guess we'll know. Hit that 400 number that I've kind of been mentioning as a level. And that might be the top. Honestly, I mean, we might just be on a trend down from here. Sat unsettled cash. I figured. Then the bigger contracts need a little bit more. Like the full size, the mini ES. I think you need like 11 grand for those. And then you could trade NASDAQ, you could trade Dow. That's the NQ, I think, is NASDAQ. /NQ is NASDAQ futures, and then MNQ is the micros on there. Those actually move insane. I lost a lot in a short amount of time with those. Till I was like, all right, I should stop trading these. And I did. It was too much. Yeah, I do have Roth. I only opened it like a couple years ago, though. BBY looks good. Looks like it's moving with the market. Looks like it has high beta, so the market was rallying here. it was ripping BBBY up, and then I think that break of $4 was kind of just a technical level break, as well as probably some market maker hedging had to take place with all the options. So that's why we had that extra bullish run to 4.5. Settling down now, but overall consolidation, which is what we want to have a longer, more sustained rally. And yeah, I mean, you know, this morning I was saying it'd be nice if it held this 31 level, but it doesn't have to. But now it seems like it probably will. Unless the market really just starts to take a nosedive and goes with it. Always seems like a possibility. Tomorrow will be somewhat evident, I guess. The options expiring on Friday. What was exercised and how much pressure that put to the upside. So I don't think many people are very bullish on today with it. For good reason, really. It was tomorrow and maybe Thursday. GME kind of feeling a little bit of that market pull back to VWAP, but up 2% still. Awesome. Eight and a half percent after all the volatility we've had is pretty crazy. All right, market's coming down here. Good thing I closed my big yes up here. Pulling down BBBY, but not crazy yet. Give me a bit. Natural gas just right back up there, VWAP. Cash secured puts on BBBY. Oh, they're up still today, 8%, $760. I've got 19 of them. That's crazy, actually. Still a fair amount of them. I'm hoping these, these are just out of the money by. Oh, I guess that's this week. Oh crap! Didn't even think about that. Yeah, that'd be a big move. But they might be. It might be at $8 by end of week. $17 put on GME. See. So both my cash secured puts on GME are up about 50%. This is where I'm like, should I close them? But if I'm just doing it on the charts, it's not like I would reopen right now, like a higher strike. I would just leave it. But if it's going to come down, I could close them here and then reopen as it comes down. But then that's trying to time the market more, and I want to time it as little as I can. So this is where I'll probably just hold them, because they'll probably be coming down anyways, which is fine, but just stay above my level. Tear, BBIG, holding up nice so far. Not coming down with the markets right here. GME broke that VWAP. BBBY as well. I think today might end up being a good cover call day. Sorry, I'm not high. My voice, like, I need to drink fluids. Talking early in the morning is rough. About to 396. Oh, what I have drawn here. You're looking at all my supports. Maybe, let's see. What is that drawn? Oh, that was pre-market low. Yeah, potentially 396. We're a little further at that, kind of that high, one of those highs from yesterday. I could put some more levels in here. I say, like, not on the wicks, but the bodies maybe there. Kind of a level. That level more, 396. We want it this low. Do the body there. If that coincides, look at that. The body on that was exactly the wick that day. And the body there is the same. So yeah, those are some levels. See if it reacts at any of those. Pre-market levels definitely aren't as strong. Yeah, they're probably not as strong as the trading day, normal trading day levels. Buying all the pineapples, huh? That's messed up. What if I want to get a pineapple at your store? Huh? Think about that, Mikey, before you're making that rash decision. Pull off that. So missed a nice short, got caught in a long, and closed out for a loss, but it's okay. All right, BBY coming down. You guys in Discord trying to figure out BBY. Why is it ripping? I can tell who doesn't have positions. What are you playing to get good returns, Mikey? Buy just melting down here. BBBY still up 5%. GME up 1%. BBIG looks like it's inversing here. New high on BBIG. Wow. 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 Broke that level. Just getting into all this volume here. See what that looks like. Yeah, it's getting up to this. All this volume traded. Probably gonna have some resistance in there. Like the market's SPY's bouncing a little bit. Kind of this level back here. Bit of support that was built yesterday or Friday. Yeah. Volume's getting shut off a little bit, which is good with it coming down. So yeah, on the pump this morning for the market, the ECB market news, and then breaking that technical 4 level, we got volume for both those, and now yeah, the volume coming down with the price action is that's a good thing as far as bullishness. So yeah, looks like it's playing out that way. Consolidation, but pretty bullish consolidation so far. Not like it's retraced, 50 or 60% of that move that it did just in 1 week, mind you. $440, is that what it was? 448%? Is it that high? That much? 362. So here are the retraces. So 50% retrace. Where is it? Oh, it's right there. So I guess we've done 50% from the low to the very high. There's that 50%. I hate how Weeble doesn't have it now. Yeah, I think this is 50%. 3 lines above that, 3 lines. Yeah, so this is 50%. So we're holding above the 50% retrace. So that could probably be a level for it to bounce on, honestly, which just so happens to be 357. I might leave that in there. Might leave that fib. That fib from the rally. Block it so it doesn't move. Market's setting up just a little bear flag. Looks like it's probably going to keep coming down. So 3570. See what it does around there. Pre-market low is 32 or 3.2. Oh. BBBY still breaking out? Yes. That's crazy. Pretty overbought. After today, I'm not sure this will probably have to cool down a bit. I've got some cash to do more cash secured puts on GME. I am waiting though. After this support broke, this 19 support, it kind of I lost confidence in that price. Basically. Not liking it that broke, so I'm a little more hesitant on my positions with it, as that being such a solid support now broken. Similar to how BBBY broke it. Broke that $4 support months ago. But not even as close. Like the GME support was way bigger for me. But this was a big one that they just melted through. Then boom. Not so long. Bounce off 200. Let's check. Let me check. You're not talking about the daily. What time frame are you talking about? Hourly? 2.8. Usually when I hear someone say that, they're talking daily, the 200 moving average. All right, market in Europe is going to close in 7 minutes. Looks like we were going to get this engulfing candle, the downside, bearish engulfing. We do still have a RSI divergence, which is bearish. This is pretty short time frame, though, only hourly, so yeah. Little bounce on the market in BBY. Pretty big candle. I get rid of some of these lines. I don't like all these lines. Well, 35.70 is that 50% from the lows to the highs. That's pretty serious inverse there on BBBY. Interesting. Yeah, market's flushing and BBBY is actually going up. My cover calls were almost back to break even, but I don't think I'm even able to close them. Today, at least. We have some shares in this. This chart looks similar too. I might hold those. This is energy though. This doesn't really get much like a hype play. It's interesting, yeah. It's interesting Bed Bath just bounced back to VWAP there with the market coming down. Natural gas taking a flush. Whoosh. Oh, there's that 39,690 level. Almost there. BBBY back to $4. What the heck? Maybe the range is higher. Maybe I won't even make it back down here today. Interesting. That's wild. Air just sitting up there above VWAP. BBIG not really continuing after that little new high. Candles on the SPY are getting bigger down here. Might be finding a bottom. Seems like it is. We got 3 minutes to EU close. Let's see if we rally after that or it affects us. Greatest support for me today. It's closing on 4.5 resistance. This week 5.6. Yeah, it could. I think today it's closing at 4.5 at the high. I don't know. 5 to 6 end of week. Yeah, that'd be some nice bullish sided consolidation. Like, look like SPY probably wants to make its way back to VWAP. Covered calls are down 26% now. GME getting some bounce here. Tiny bit. All right, 1 minute. Like where's gonna close it? I don't know. I give it a range that it's made already. You know, I feel like that's most typical. 320 to 450 more or less. I don't think we're gonna have any crazy breakouts to the upside today. Not more than we've already had. To the downside, I think it's less likely. So I mean, it's following the market. It has today for the most part. Other than that break of 4, it seems like it just got some push. But other than that, it's pretty much following the market. So market makes a big move to the downside, maybe to close closer to that low of the day. But Alessandro's he's got his levels figured out. BBBY now bounce on 410, 415 to 377, then 45. What? Bounce, you mean like reject? 377. Back to support here. Then 4.5. Pretty tight margins. These tight parameters you're giving it. Nice consolidation though. I mean, even if today was red, like that wouldn't have surprised me, but not sure if it's even going to be red. Buys went up here. My 396.90 level didn't quite get to. A little bit higher. This candle. Let's see if that. And this actually isn't a engulfing candle. Barely. Yeah, BBY is extremely bullish today. More than I thought it was going to be. I sold covered calls like right here, like 350. So I was expecting us to stay around here or even come down some. Not go green almost 20% at all today. So yeah, it's very bullish. And you're here for another big breakout. I don't necessarily look at indicators for breakouts like those breakout indicators or the TTM squeeze or any of those. More just levels, you know, of resistance is what I would say be breakouts. And then you can see it with price action what looks like a breakout, what, you know, breaking a certain level. So we saw it today even breaking that 4. That was like a breakout. From $4 up to 450. But yeah, I mean a bigger breakout level. I would looking for new highs. And then of course the dollar, half dollar marks. So 455, which you'll kind of see are naturally resistances from you know, prior price action. But yeah. Yeah, that 520, 580 for sure. Grind up to 6, probably no problem from there. keep an eye on the options this week too. I mean, there's a ton of volume and open interest on fours. That really, that's crazy. This options chain is so freaking active. It seems a little bizarre, honestly. That's that doesn't. Yeah, I don't know what's going on there. That seems crazy. Um, this was probably that break of four. That's what I'm saying. Like it seemed like a maybe some market maker hedging when it broke that. But yeah, closing above four in a week would be definitely good, especially if open interest stays high. Wow, a lot more piled into the fives. Look, that's almost 30,000. I think almost 30,000 today. People are just waking up and starting to pile into these. The gamma ramp's building for this week also. We'll probably see these levels in the money this week. 5, 5.5, 6. Is this a new one? 6.5? Why is there no open interest? This is just a new strike they added. Market makers, man. So yeah, I think we'll probably see these in the money this week. If we close, if these all close in the money, I don't know. But yeah, the IV is just so juiced. Yeah, that's true. Volume with the breakout. Powder cake, yeah. I mean the push like this doesn't seem like retail to me. This seems like some big institutions, big money. I don't know. This amount of volume just today in the first 2 hours since open. This just like hasn't updated. No, I think that's what that's showing, right? That's crazy. So the gamma ramp is definitely getting set up again. It looks like. Right. Tear. Kind of rejecting that new high. BBIG consolidating up there nicely. Roblox breaking VWAP. Vetoes that ETF for Bitcoin, crypto. Market's moving back up here. What's the Russell doing? Yeah. BBBY up 11%. GME holding up as well. APRN looks like it's kind of sold off some. A little bit. Still looks like nice consolidation. Did break that high yesterday. Thanks, Alessandro. Appreciate it, man. Live every day. Start around 9. And usually I go till 3, sometimes 4. Do like a recap video, so I usually stop the stream at like 3 so I can do that video. But appreciate it. Yeah, powder keg for sure. Powder keg. Nat gas rejected VWAP coming back down. I made a little bit on a long here on this bounce. Not as much as I should have. I got shaken out, I think, this candle. Still up 7.3% future contract. a lot of these ones that rallied have held up really well so far. A tear breaking out. Does this have options? Yeah. So it'll get some push from the options here probably also. But this is to compare. I mean, look at the volume today on the option on a tear. 4,000 at the money weeklies. BBY is what, like 30,000? 20,000? And the open interest is, yeah. So yeah, it broke all those resistances. This actually might still be a good play. Just, yeah, no volume will just suck it up. Price should suck up. Seems like kind of clear skies till that gap fill at least, and then even $2. Kind of want to position. I talked about this one on Friday too. 33% lower. Let's see. Kind of just wait. They want it, but it should have a, yeah, it should have a consolidation tomorrow. Need to remember to get back into it, so I'll put some notes, write some notes. Rolls-Royce again reported record sales last year despite an average price tag around 534. Why does that keep coming up? JP Morgan is suing Frank, service it acquired for 175 million, as it faked nearly all of its users. JP Morgan noticed irregularities when they saw that the list of users contained exactly 1,048,576 rows, the maximum allowed by Microsoft Excel. What? I still trying to make its way back up here to VWAP. The thing is, that whole, yeah. We need 1 day of consolidation on a tear so I can enter. Maybe a move back to like 120. 11. That's a big level for it to break. A lot of volume today too, wow. Today might be the day to enter. I like this break though. It's a big move up to $2. Nirvana consolidating nicely up there. Attitude shift. What is this doing? Consolidating. Avia. APRN. Yeah, looks like it's consolidating now. Had that pre-market move. Settling down now, 7% up still. Still looks good though. Definitely an upward trend. Pretty good volume. It's probably just cooling down a little bit. The Ivy is crazy on the option chain, but there's a pretty significant amount of open interest, so definitely some hedging that's going to go on there if it closes this week pretty high. I wasn't looking at it last week, but we'll see tomorrow with T+2 from Friday. All these ones that had big moves last week that had options had a lot of open interest. We'll see how they react. Even GME like didn't have that big of a move last week, but it did move. And it hasn't like given up. These other ones, a lot of them have rallied a bunch, but then they've given up some. So it's yeah. I mean this is pretty big too. It wasn't all last week, but yeah, 37%. Crazy. Buy it. Climbing back to VWAP. One nail at a time. Clawing its way. Hey. Thanks, Sally. Yeah, being greedy definitely is tough. I've lost a lot of money. It's weird because I don't feel like I'm a greedy person, but yeah, looking back, it's like wow, that's just seems like that was just greedy, not taking profits, basically. Best way to predict when to go in when a stock rallies. So the last like 2 weeks, we've just been having these, basically this rallying in the biotech and speculative and kind of just risk on in general. So, yeah, there's not like a certain way to predict that. You can look at technical levels and technicals in general, technical analysis, but doing it with options definitely more risky. I tell my friends that are wondering about options, I usually say I just do cash secured puts to start. A very safe way to get exposure to options and learn how they move, how the values of them change. But you have to do it on something that you have to pick something that you don't mind owning. So something you'd like to hold as a shareholder, for 5 years or more. And then the timing on that is the same as shares. Like sell a cash secured put when it's low, same as you'd buy shares. Or if you already have shares in the long term or shares in general, you could always sell covered calls on it. That's a good way to get exposure to options and learn how they move. Yeah. 30 on GME. Depends on how it gets there. It does just like a slow melt up. We never get crazy velocity. I'm not gonna be too quick to jump out of it. At times, yeah, at times GME has definitely inversed the market. It's been very brief times though. Like January when it pinched and that sneeze, it was inversing, and I think that's just because someone was getting liquidated. And then maybe one or two of the other pinches. I think we maybe saw some inversing just at the very the very tops, and once we had just a lot of velocity, and the volatility was going crazy. For the most part, though, I don't think they inverse. Their betas they're positive betas, and sometimes they're pretty high. So the rallies we've had, GME is my best indicator. The rallies we've had have been really high positive beta rallies. It's been with the market basically, but it's just outpaced it to a high degree. So the inverse, I think, is only taking place when there's liquidations of a short on GME or one in the basket, and it's such a big amount, or so much exposure that it's actually pulling down other assets in the S&P or whatever index you're following, so much so that it's causing it to actually come down, which is kind of insane to think about the amount of exposure that is. But this is why I think GME is the risk, the overall risk to the market. Not because of retail buying it, but because of the shorts that are way over leveraged on it, and just this huge basket of other stocks that they've pulled in and have together. The fact that it can move the whole market, which we've seen, is insanely just foolish. Yeah, this might be the top response. I mean, VWAP's pretty close. Yeah, this is kind of where it broke that bear flag. Let's see. So VWAP on the futures is a little bit further, so it may have a little bit move up further to there. It's at 40.14.25 now. VWAP's 40.17.08. So yeah. Yeah, once this kind of did this move and came down here, kind of felt like a false breakout. Possible we make it back up here, I guess. If we do, it seems like we'll probably keep going because that is above that resistance and above that technical level of 400. But I'm not thinking we will today, at least. That little pop almost got the futures up to VWAP. GME is in the 530 for pointless to watch the memes. No, they move on technicals and moving averages. Yeah. Your thing, Sale. A break up. I don't think so, because this move was from the ECB. It wasn't like a real catalyst to have a big market rally. That's why I was surprised it held up. But I didn't play that surprise. I just played the TA on it. Said it's a break, it's bull flag, whatever. But this whole move was based on what the ECB was saying. Because before that, SPY couldn't break that high from Friday. So it broke that pretty big technical level into the 400 and rejected there. So I don't think so. But I don't know. Consolidation day. I think we'll see some movement tomorrow. T+2. I think we'll see some movement. If it was gonna tank. No, it could. I mean, it's green, up 13%, so I could see it coming down still. Ivy's plenty high to merit some consolidation and some downward price action. It's on their way to lock the float on SPY. This is the way. Oh, snap, a tear broke. Finally broke that level. Some power. Wait, wasn't this one I was just saying? It's crap. I was like, today might be the day. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's just no volume in here, so it's just gonna all the way up. Yeah, I think that's a nice play to at least that gap fill at 1.8. That's that prior support at 211. See, there's a level back there at 140, huh? Where'd that go? That's pretty far back there. There's a level at 140.20. How would it hit? Basically 140.60. Kind of rejected that. Oh, BBY moving back up. Up. See if it breaks up. $4.50, $40.50, $4.50. This is bullish for basically a Monday. It's Tuesday, but Monday's obligations. It doesn't want to give up the gains from last week. It's just refusing. But it still just looks like kind of a high beta move, right? Because it is when the market's going up. It's just outpacing it heavily. Let's see, one of the spots it did inverse though. Is it here? Yeah, it was kind of there. 50. Wow, looks like it's kind of hit its top. Back to 3.8 for you. Yeah, back to that range. Buy back to this 397. Poor hops. I think it kind of looks like it could keep rallying a little bit, maybe to the 438, this range area here, or even that 450. Little retest. Okay, I got a little bit of food. Throw on some CNBC. So SPY's rejecting that level. BBBY is not quite feeling that downward pressure yet. In fact, yeah, it's wanting to go up more, which is kind of crazy. $425 resistance. Yeah, I like that. Kind of the bottom of those wicks. They're consolidating up here. Dang it. Oh, I can't chase this one. I'm already kind of upset with myself for not being patient on Hellbiz or Carvana. Hellbiz, hopefully that one's not over. That's kind of ugly looking. Carvana looks nice. GME just holding almost at the highs. Eyes moving up more here. Looks like it wants that VWAP. Yeah, moving back up to VWAP. Then Bath, back up to its highs. Yep, I got your candlelit dinner music for you. The pen is mightier for 400. They're back. Man, a Terra wants that $2. I bet it's gonna hit that today. Dang. Buy's getting rejected there a bit. Set up a inverted hammer candle. See what the futures look like. Yeah, that was basically VWAP on the futures. Sitting just below. Here's VWAP.
Season ramps up. But now let's take a look at the four major indices, which are, as I mentioned, are off the session highs. Mostly in the red here, the S&P 500, the benchmark down nearly 0.1%. Dow Jones Industrial Average leading to the downside, off more than 300 points. The NASDAQ 100 still positive by 0.1%. And the Russell 2000 small caps down.
No, I mean,
nearly a quarter of
I'm kind of more
1%
using
in
VWAP
today's
for the
session.
resistance, but this is
This
right about at VWAP on the futures.
Alex Coffey, senior equities
Which is a
contributor
little
here on
lower,
the
so,
network and the host of Next Gen Investing.
if breaking
Alex,
VWAP would
I wanted to get your take on the
be a
market
break.
moves
I mean,
this morning. It seems like optimism's out there. Stocks were rallying into the open here, giving up some of those gains, but we're starting to consolidate at some elevated levels. I mean, NASDAQ had its best period or best few weeks since like November of 2021. So we're seeing some optimism.
Yeah, we're seeing some recent optimism, but it's almost as if the optimism is centered around sort of a lack of risk catalysts or the appearance of risk catalysts. 2022 was just very much in your face all year long. Inflation, huge earnings misses, whatever it may be, geopolitical tensions and wars, and everywhere we looked, it seemed like in 2022, there was reasons to sell assets. What hasn't been that, obviously we're, almost 3 weeks now into the year, full weeks into the year, but it hasn't been that way yet in 2023. In fact, it's been a lot more calm, and I think that's reflective of volatility levels, which are basically at the lowest levels that they've been at any point over the last year.
Right.
And so you start looking at the surface. Where
just
are we
moving
at
up a little
relative to
bit
where we were last year?
more.
Well, we're basically
Actually did flip
our
bullish.
journey of monetary policy tightening around this time last year. The rhetoric was heating up, and
If it rejects
speculation for what that may look like was really starting around now. All the disappointing earnings releases hadn't really taken place yet. The war between Russia and Ukraine, all the tensions and the spiking energy prices, none of that had started yet at this point last year. And so where we're at on relative to all of those things, it's completely different. You know, many are of the belief that the worst of the inflation crisis is in the past. Geopolitical tensions, while they're still there, we haven't heard, you know, any ramped up rhetoric or things on that nature in quite some time. And so, you know, knock on wood, hopefully sooner than later, some of that stuff resolves itself. And then you look at, well, the economic picture and earnings. Well, we're just now starting to get fourth quarter numbers right now. The banks have been somewhat mixed, but on balance, I would say that they've been relatively strong, and we'll get Netflix and some of the big tech names. We'll kick it off next week as well. But you start looking at this, it's as if this sort of slow, sort of controlled demolition being engineered by the Fed, be it economic prices and asset prices, is exactly what they want, but also how the market would like it to unfold as well. It hasn't been devastatingly volatile to start the year, and I think that, to me, is the primary early takeaway, is that things are calmer, and calmer always leads to increased optimism and increased sentiment.
Yeah, and you mentioned that volatility levels at VIX on Friday settled at the lowest level since January 12th of last year. So, yeah, giving up some of that implied volatility or uncertainty in the overall market. But one of the stocks, Alex, that's leading today is Tesla, up over 5%. Let's bring in Caroline Wood, senior markets correspondent here on the network, to help us break down this multitude of stories here, Caroline. It seems like everybody's got an opinion on Tesla today.
It certainly seems to be the case, and Tesla being in the headlines, nothing new. But a new development is the fact that Tesla's actually positive on some of these headlines, despite them being negative. Shares of Tesla up about 5.5% today, so not taking part in the market's weakness. But we have quite a few analysts weighing in after Tesla's decision to cut prices, both
see what happens to BBBY here
after cutting prices in China, and they're responding with cuts of their own to price targets. Jefferies cut to 180 with a buy rating. Goldman also buy adjusted to 200. Wolf in the outperform camp is down to 160 now, and B of A, which is in the neutral camp, lowered to $130. So the median price target for Tesla is now $192. That's down from $258 just last month. Meanwhile, Bernstein cut its 2023 earnings estimates to $3.80 a share from $4.96, so a huge cut there, saying the price cuts have a huge impact on Tesla economics. The analyst there thinks the price cuts were in response to falling demand, and he says he hasn't seen any evidence of a surge in orders in China after decreasing prices there back in early January. So that analyst has a sell rating and $150 price target. Meanwhile, Wells Fargo is warning that the cuts may force an industry-wide price correction. And on that note, we actually just saw that Chinese rival XPeng just introduced major price cuts of about 12.5% on its cars in an effort to make EVs more accessible and obviously to keep up with competition. So XPeng is sinking today while Tesla is rising, although we know that Tesla's already fallen quite a bit on those cuts. There are some other headlines as well outside of analyst commentary. Elon Musk is heading to court. Remember back in 2018 when he tweeted that he was considering bringing Tesla private at $420 a share, saying funding was secured. Well, an investor is basically suing Musk over those tweets for a securities fraud trial, and an in-person jury selection is expected to begin today for that. The trial is scheduled to run through February 1st. Meanwhile, Tesla's coming under fire from a German union and some politicians due to worker allegations of unreasonable working hours, too much work with not enough free time. There's also fears about speaking out at its German plant. So there are calls for an inquiry into Tesla there. We'll see how that plays out. And also not necessarily Tesla related, but Musk related, and we know Musk is essentially Tesla. The Twitter bill is due, according to the Financial Times. The first installment of interest payments related to the $13 billion in debt that Musk used to fund that takeover could be due as soon as the end of this month. The debt means the company has to pay $1.5 billion in annual interest payments. So if Twitter doesn't make that first payment, it would likely end up filing for bankruptcy. It doesn't seem like investors are nervous about Musk selling more shares to fund any part of those payments. We've seen, as we said, Tesla shares up pretty high today. He did promise that he's not doing any more selling for about 2 years, although we've heard that before, and then he sold more, but doesn't seem to be in the mix today. So a lot of headlines for Tesla today.
Like, yeah, looks by checking that VWAP.
Up about 6% right now.
BBY.
Yeah, I was pretty surprised on that move.
Same
in there.
time frame
Caroline,
on
when you
rejection.
look at this company, and it's in the headlines every day. It seems like they're cutting prices on a lot of their products. Their margins are going to get hit a little bit, and you're right in the square, in the crosshairs.
All the asset
people not
values
buying
are coming
cars
down
as much as they did in 2020 and 2021. Does that speak to the fact that the competitive pressures too, as more people come online with EVs, is going to take even more market share?
I think that's certainly
the
macro landscape is so uncertain right now, and I think that's why we're seeing some earnings estimates get cut on top of those concerns about lower margins. So I think it's going to be kind of a TBD. Let's see how this plays out. Even Dan Ives, a perpetual Tesla bull, he's lowered his price target, but he hasn't lowered his earnings estimate and said, he kind of wants to see how this plays out. I think the question will be, will the positive
I see, Don.
price target,
I'm just seeing what Don put in the media real quick.
actually outweigh the profit margins and lower prices issue. Dan, I've said margins will get hit on this, but we like the strategic poker move by Musk and Tesla. And despite the macro headwinds, he says price cuts could spur demand and deliveries by about 12 to 15% globally in 2023. So I think that there's a lot of uncertainty, but still some bullishness that people will continue to buy EVs.
I put it on here.
Yeah, definitely. They did announce over the weekend 10% of autos sold across the globe.
I saw that.
Yeah, up to 10% of all cars sold. So definitely making some inroads there. All right, thanks to Caroline Woods, senior markets correspondent here on the network, bringing us more Tesla news. But now let's bring in Randy Frederick, Managing Director of Trading and Derivatives at the Schwab Center for Financial Research. Hey, Randy, I posed this question to Alex a little bit. The optimism in the market at this point, you like seeing it at this point, but I just don't feel like there's any underlying justification for a lot of it, besides the fact that there's not a lot of market-moving news at this point right now.
Yeah, I would agree. And in fact, I think everything Alex said was actually accurate, that when you have a lack of negative catalysts, people tend to get bullish.
I'm going to ask you guys a poll.
By nature are bullish. We buy now, not based on what things are doing now, but because of what we think they might do in the future. When you get a market that's down 20%, as we mentioned, and as Alex was talking about, a number of different catalysts that were pushing things lower. Right now, if I look out a few months, I don't see a lot of negatives other than that potential, inflation, or debt ceiling fight that's going to happen probably sometime around June, as Janet Yellen mentioned just a couple of days ago. But other than that, in general, most of the economic data is starting to improve. We've got a GDP report coming out in about a week that's supposed to be 4% in Q4. It's very difficult for me to talk about a recession where you got 4% GDP. I think there's a good possibility that we had a recession in Q1 and Q2, and certainly the negative GDP numbers would dictate that.
This is
Whether or not the BEA officially declared it a recession or not, it was definitely a technical recession, but that was an entire year ago. And we've had 2 positive GDP quarters since then. Even if 4% doesn't happen in Q4, it's going to be at least 3% in all likelihood. It's difficult to talk about that. And then at the same time, when you've got unemployment rates at 30-year lows, come on, you've got 3+% GDP and unemployment at 30-year lows. It's very difficult to talk about that as being a recession. Could we have one? Absolutely.
War chest shared.
You have noticed
Gamma ramp on BBBY.
In the number of people
that $4 level is still the breakout zone.
That are now shifting their sentiment and saying, oh, well, looks like the first half of this year might be okay as a carryover from last year. And then perhaps if we have a recession, if that will happen in the second half, I might be in that camp that maybe that soft landing
BBY bouncing.
Be engineered.
Think about VWAP.
If there is a recession, it's likely to be no more severe than what it was about a year ago.
Yeah, to Randy's point,
it's found its range.
The consumer is still out there spending, still supporting the economy. GDP estimates are starting to move back towards the upside, not just here in the U.S., but also overseas. They had a soft winter so
I don't know if I can play 60 minutes. Hold on.
Natural gas and some of the
Nice A's.
10 years
You
out,
need an infinite
5
amount of
months out,
cash
like
at
at
the
some
Federal
point you're
Reserve.
just wrong. And so we keep hearing about the recession, but we aren't getting it. Or at least we're not getting significant economic slowdown. That being said, let's just look at the data from this morning, Tom.
I see some of you guys on Discord still going along on BBY calls.
Region in the country,
So
the survey
definitely still some
of
retail
the,
doing it.
leaders of these companies. But because you're comparing it to what these same business leaders have said throughout time, it's perceived as sort of a general sentiment gauge of how things are looking. This is a pretty bad number. You had 44% of the people participating in this saying that their business conditions worsened. That's the lowest, and that's where you get that minus 30, basically 33 there, the 32.9. It's the difference between those who said conditions are getting better versus those who said conditions are getting worse. Lowest since midpoint of 2020. From the employment breakouts on the internals of this survey, you basically had it flatlining now, which is going to be the lowest again in 2 years. So you're starting to see slowdown in economic activity, slowdown in employment. Combine that with the other info that we have, which is sort of mixed a bag in terms of some of the earnings that we've gotten so far. Obviously, we're starting to see prices moderate.
Bullions, you know so much about the BBBY,
well, maybe economic moderation
just
as
due diligence.
Well.
It's
tightening
crazy.
Monetary policy, but we've had tons of layoffs announced.
Like
particularly
BBBY is tied to the
space.
Philo loan that
those are the
JP and
companies
Sixth Street
that
gave
drove
to them
the
in exchange
equity
for RC
market
shares.
higher. You could have a situation, Tom, where maybe the
Crazy.
economic picture has been overstated how bad it's going to be. But what's
They can't
gonna turn
sell
around
baby
these,
without removing that loan first?
Or these growth nonprofit tech companies that have driven the market higher. You're probably going to need lower interest rates, and if the economy isn't getting worse, what's going to make the Fed take their foot off the gas pedal?
Yeah, that's true. A lot of the inputs, some of the inflationary numbers are starting to come in. That Empire State was a huge miss to the downside there, Randy. But when you look at some of the sectors within the overall market, we've got the tech space that's bouncing back.
Bounce back to the yellow line.
Pretty sizably.
Yellow line on here is the 9 moving average.
Performance of the Dow.
It's just the simple moving average, not the
6% off of
E stands for what?
highs. So it still seems
remember
like
what E.
Traders and investors are going into the safety plays and maybe some of these big blue chip companies as far as
BBBY is kind of holding up better than SPY has been
names,
since
still
hitting
overvalued.
VWAP.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, industrials, though, are not a sector you would expect to see rallying in the face of a potential recession. It's interesting. If you look at the sentiment shift, now I realize that this year is still very, very young, but last year, at the end of the year,
the loan will be added as a negative value and a potential spinoff on baby.
Finished the bottom 4 worst performing sectors. This year, at the moment, they are the 4. I'm sorry, this year they're the exact opposite. This year, all of the new growth names, all of the cyclical names have moved from the bottom.
I can't believe in such coincidences.
Last year, the defensives were at the top. So we have had a 180-degree shift in terms of where people are putting their money. And I hate to say it, we've even seen people moving into a whole lot of junky names, meme stocks and places and
junky names.
People don't go when they're worried, when they're scared. They're going into these things where they're starting to show some speculative excess, which I would rather not see that, but certainly you do have a big shift. Now, again, I realize that this year is very young, but it's quite a shift to see that completely flip all around, where you had an entirely defensive finish in last year. This year, you've got a completely cyclical start so far going on.
Yeah, I've been pointing that out the last couple of weeks here, Randy, when you're seeing, Bitcoin back above 21,000. You got these meme stocks that are up 20, 30% so far this year. I don't know if those are areas you want to be pushing money into, but it seems like the market is more, taking on a little bit more risk, a little risk on trade here so far to kick off this year after maybe some tax loss selling, tax loss harvesting at the end of 2022. All right, guys, let's take a quick break here. But when we come back, we're going to discuss Microsoft, which was...
Okay. Oh, shoot. Okay. Close the poll. Some. Good. I agree. Some people say as much as possible. So that is interesting. Well, I definitely won't play the ads. But when it's slow or when I can't talk or when I'll play it, which is kind of what I've done. Maybe that's what you guys want. That's what you're used to. People don't like change. I figured it out. I'll end the poll so you guys can see. SPY coming back down. Not so much with the bed. Oh, I didn't even notice GME broke the high. What in the world? This is pretty odd. Not only is it having a low volume melt up, which is strange, but it's not even moving with the market. Everything's different since that split, it seems like. Or somewhere something triggered. My best guess is the split. That's pretty interesting. So my cash secured puts, yeah, they're up almost 70%, 18.5s, and the 17s are up 61%. So that's interesting. My 18.5s are up more. I think I got a better entry on them. That's probably what it was. Oh no, nat gas flushed. I went long on nat gas. I guess on the hourly it is kind of bearish. Doing natural gas. Just doesn't seem to be able to find a floor. It seems like it is here, but a triangle figure, higher minimum and lower high. Yeah, on like the hourly. Or I mean like right in here. Yeah, I mean to me it looks like it's kind of bull flagging, you know, big move up last week and now it's consolidating in a range which would make a flag. Also kind of why I was thinking it would probably make some kind of range today. But yeah, this range is pretty high, you know, up 15% almost. So yeah. And when today was down 10% at pre-market. Oh, you just mean from today? Yeah. You say left after the split. How do you just leave though? What does that mean? They closed? Yeah, I mean, so if that's the case, then our whole thesis and thought on GME with this massive amount of short interest would be wrong then, right? Because if this is all they had to do was rally it from here to here to leave, which would be close, then yeah, that's nothing that we were anticipating at least. But it does seem like something did potentially change. I mean, the peak after this split, this was still a very this was a pretty familiar looking double top peak that we've seen. So and that is kind of a normal price action, I guess, but that didn't look totally different. This area of consolidation with then one spike, this looked different. And then breaking that low that we've held for years, that of course was different. And then now this low volume melt up This is different. SPY is coming down and GME is melting up. The volume seems normal. Back to up. Yeah, I mean, it still hasn't really tested the daily high on BBY, the 450 range, 445 or so. Why so much volume? Yeah, BBY volume is crazy. Well, I mean, look at the volume on the options. That's insane. What is going on? This seems like big. I mean, big money is moving into these options, in and out, causing, I think, big moves. And massive market maker hedging. So I think we're just seeing that market maker volume more or less. All the naked short. Yeah, I think it seems like it, AC. A tear, is it making its move again? Ooh, new highs on a tear. All right, well, we'll maybe just watch this 1 to 2. It's happening. Eyes dumping on this. BBBY did not get pulled down with SPY there, which is interesting. Really, this rejection of VWAP, BBBY is kind of inversed. GME is kind of inversed as well. BBIG is held up nicely. It closes above 425. MMAT, that's another good one to think about. That's right, because that was the reverse split or reverse merger or whatever. One's not getting the same love. BlackBerry, it might still be a good entry on BlackBerry, seeing hasn't really had too much of a move yet like some of the others. This is what Ater's chart looked like when I said to get in there, or didn't say, but I said the chart looks nice. You know, just like this. That was on Friday. Like this one looks like the other ones, and the other ones have gone big. ISPO, same sort of chart. Should have sold those 6 calls. Got 6 calls for January for Friday on BBBY that I opened 5 months ago. They were up, I don't know, 1,000% during a rally, that squeeze, and then I sold some cover calls on them, but I never closed them out. And then just on Thursday, they were barely red, almost break even. Should have closed them. Well. They broke out with volume. Yeah, this thing is just a vacuum up to this gap at least. But it's high, so that's why I haven't gotten into it. It's just risky. It's risky long up here. Got a lot of downside to good. NBC going over complex options trades for the 80-year-olds that are watching CNBC at home. OST, the Chinese one, right? IPO one. Yep. When you get some HKD action, this chart actually looks pretty good too. OST. We haven't seen the Chinese ones rallying though. Not since HKD. Dang, this thing got dumped on. Glad I cut out. I took a loss on that on this last rally. The 1-day deal. Wamp wamp. I may be making a higher support here. In what am I invested? Like long term? Long term portfolio? VHS and DVD ripping. I don't know. In you say in 10 minutes at 12:40? I don't have a prediction in 10 minutes for a stock. Spy's moving a bit, so sometimes we'll see the market and stocks that have been stagnating or consolidating during the day, maybe like around the hours. Sometimes I'll notice SPY kind of gets a little volatile without data or anything. It just kind of, for whatever reason. Long and short. So my long term, I haven't been adding to it at all. Just what I don't touch. I haven't added to it just because overall market. I think I'm gonna get better deals in this stuff. And I don't like I don't like everything in here, but I like some of it. And there's definitely some stuff I would add to it with more discounts, but that's long-term portfolio with some trades in here, like these cash secured puts on BBY and GME. A lot of these I was buying into at a very high 2021, etc. Short term, I don't actually have. Nice, I actually flipped short on that gas and it's flushing. That's awesome. Actually about to hit my limit. Hold on. I don't have a whole lot of short trades, honestly. I kind of stopped trading or trading options to the long side. Just basically my account that I did all the trading on, I've just, well, over the course of a longer period of time, I'm just losing money, turns out. So I was like, I'll just stop trading on that account. Maybe it's the account that's broken, not me. Not really. It's just what I'm trading in there is just, yeah, I'm just not successful with how risky it is. So I basically stopped trading on there. Short term, I mean, I opened up Carvana for a little hype move, Hellbiz, BBBY and GME. That's basically it. And then I'm trading futures on ES, like S&P futures or natural gas. And I have a couple random like NRGV. This was like maybe a long term, but maybe a swing. And then on my trading account that doesn't make money ever. I'm in some long term stuff here too. Actually, I just haven't moved it over to long term. Like my birds shares, SoFi shares. I could move those over. Haven't really spent much time building long term, just because just the overall market. I'm pretty bearish on it until things start to turn around, I guess. But that said, like small caps, they could definitely find the bottom first. I think that's typically how it goes. Same way that they found the top first. Yeah, SPY just kind of consolidating in this range. Looks like, see if it makes all the way back to VWAP. The Terror, just a nice slow grind up. BBY kind of got shut down there, just shut off. Short put verticals all day. Short put verticals, like put debit spreads? Talking about put credit spreads. I guess they're kind of the same in a way. But one's bearish, bullish. Long crypto and short term. Yeah, it's had a nice bounce. Oh, that's pretty long. Bitcoin at 34K before back down. Yeah, I haven't started investing in crypto yet. For tomorrow on BBY? I guess I'm not sure. Like, depends on how today goes. But if there was going to be price action this week to the upside on BBBY, I think it would probably start tomorrow. And that's kind of all I thought. But today, so far, has been more bullish than I thought. You know, we've got this hourly engulfing candle here. This hourly bull flag is actually glorious looking. So it's making me more bullish even for tomorrow, even though I think tomorrow a lot will just be from the market maker obligations. But that said, the chart also is looking equally as bullish again. So new highs this week would be, I don't think it's off the table, at least from this rally. I mean, like breaking that 5,870 when we get it. Sure, might have another dump into Friday a bit. It's a shorter week, so kind of a smaller window for a rally before a dump. If they do dump it, if they're not able to dump it much, or profit taking doesn't pull it down much, then that's a even more gnarly gamma ramp for the week after. With this amount of volume today on these options, there's more volume today than there was open interest on 4 strike. So yeah, something is setting up with BBBY, it would appear. Over shorts cut a deal. Why would you offer them a deal? And if you were to offer them a deal, why would it be at basically where the price is? I'm not as bullish on BBY long term yet at all. Not like you. But it makes me stoked on my short term bullishness, at least. You want to set off. Oh, so you're just saying to offer one of the short positions a deal out, not all of them. Interesting. Bullish on it if I get a huge return, then yeah, BBY is definitely a long-term play, and I'm gonna go into a store every day. Let's see, my calls still, my cover calls are still down. That's crazy. This is like Friday, actually. Wait, this is like this though. It's not Friday. It's Thursday into Friday. We had that breakout on Thursday, and then did that start happening? Yeah, I guess it started selling off a little bit on Thursday. And then the sell off and a consolidation on Friday. This looks like it's repeating right now. So, right? Actually, very, very similar. This is the rally on Thursday. This is the breakout, and then a little sell off at the Thursday close. And this is Friday, and then this is the consolidation on Friday. So if it is repeating, maybe a sell off into close, which I could still see. It would be, here's the support, it would be a sell off to the support, and then potentially down to these levels, 34.60, or even the lows, 33.50. I'm wondering if that's how it's going to play out today. Because this is, again, I mean, for me, it's surprisingly bullish. Not like I know what's going on or where it's going to go, but it just seems crazy. So maybe it's, I don't know. They don't have to be up basically today. There's not like obligations as far as I know that's, we've got to close these shorts and cause a 13% rally, which is really like a 23% from the pre-market low. Here comes the BBY move it. Was that 10 minutes ago or like 15 minutes ago? Lowest short has to buy back permanently. There's a lower from 3 to 5 or something. Why would they permanently have to buy back too? Some agreement where they couldn't short this stock? That dude was wrong about the rally. Well, he said either a rally or a drop. And yeah, I think he's past his 10-minute mark. is coming down a little bit, but not with any velocity. $420 is going back to 380. Yeah, back to this support. Some of the companies going bankrupt. We have funds backing us, retail backing us. We're in for the long term. Oh, so just telling shorts to close, not offering them a deal. When should we buy in? Oh, you thought these were 1 minute? What? You're charting based on mine? Buy into what? What are you talking about, archives? The deal is part of it? Shorts trying to cover? Um, yeah, I mean, I think some shorts are closing. on BBBY. You know, and then they take the weight and the advantage of people taking profits and the downward pressure and then de-hedging of the market maker. Once it settles down, they start closing more shorts if that's what they're going to do. And so we're seeing the inverse of that, the rip and then the taking profits, consolidation, then another rip. They're holding up. Nice. Trying to look for the noise sticker. Just consolidation day. Look at the similarities though. SPY and BBBY. Been basically tracking.
The previous analyst had. Traffic headwinds, fewer sales
August
moving
and
forward.
this day, I think.
They've got some inflationary pressures, but Alex, this is that restaurant chain that raises prices and people still don't stop going.
Yeah, it's become so ingrained in the everyday diet of Americans and those worldwide as it's kind of perceived to be on the healthier side,
right.
But it's still quick, convenient, easy to go. Maybe after work, after a trip to the health club or whatever it may be. But what I will say is you can't argue with the logic laid out. I think it's spot on.
What talking about?
A lot of companies are going to face a lot of the
Oh,
headwinds
Chipotle?
that are laid out here.
Yeah, I like that for the long
This is a
term.
tough
I
one
haven't
to bet
gotten it
against,
yet though. Waiting for another E.
buyer
coli
beware,
outbreak.
Or I guess seller beware.
Yeah, and if you looked at last quarter, revenue jumped. Restaurant sales increased 7.6% to the high single digits on that. Opening new stores, Chipotlanes, so the convenience factor is there, but they continue to raise prices. A lot of reward members in this company as far as use of the app, as every college kid in America probably going to Chipotle a couple times a year.
We had a couple of them on
I wanted to
Chipotle.
look at this from that perspective. If you think it's going to go down now, the analyst put his price target down to 1664 from 1847.
Where was that?
Cutting the price target big, but stock's still below that. Stock's up today 1.5% on a downgrade. So I looked at a different strategy here, Alex, where I'm going to look at
it? Yeah, I think this was one maybe 2012.
Downside, just slightly out of the money to the downside.
This is another one,
in the
2015.
February 3rd weekly series.
Hard to
for
tell on
this
a weekly
one,
chart.
This will avoid earnings because the earnings come on February 7th. So buying the 1535 put, selling the 1515 put, selling the 1495 put, and then wrapping it all up by buying the 1490 put. So in essence, you're buying $20 wide put vertical, that's bearish, and then selling only a $5
crazy how
wide
GME
put
really is
vertical.
just detached today from
around $7. I
SPY.
think it's closer to $6 right now, but this is an example that we're using for it. If we pay $7, that's your risk, $700 per spread.
Yep,
4
Chipotle.
legs on this one. But it takes
Delish.
your break even down to $15.28. That's about $20 below the current share price. Alex, your thoughts on this over the next
What kind of
couple
play
of
is
weeks?
this?
This type of put Condor
Put
trade
Condor?
to get some downside exposure?
Well, a couple things.
So
20
many
bucks
legs.
seems like a lot, but it's just a little bit over 1% for a
Yeah.
$1,500 stock. So keep that in mind.
Didn't they have two of them?
$700 debt, or max.
Maybe the
loss
second one
of
didn't
$7
move the
debit
price as
also
much.
Seems like a lot, but again, you're looking at a $1,500 stock. So at some point, there's just limits to how small you can make the trades in big products.
So this moved down maybe.
I think fits the bill of a pretty big
Over
product. A couple things that
November.
I think are interesting on this one in its construction.
It just
because
started a
of,
downtrend.
the width of the spreads that you've elected to use, there is theoretically no downside risk.
I think they had
This
two.
was all
SPY's
the way
moving
through
back up here.
assignment and exercise because they were all in the money.
Back to
The
VWAP.
difference spent,
Four
allows
hops.
for a profit even in a catastrophic move lower. The setup, though, I think is what's most intriguing here, Tom. Obviously, we don't know what's going to happen in Chipotle. This is one analyst outlook, assuming coverage.
Some data
on
coming
this
out.
one. And even with the equal weight, the price target's still above. But say you are a little bit more bearish on this stock, relatively less positive news.
Pretty big
into
candle
a
there on the
big
5 minute.
higher. So you're selling into strength. While the news doesn't really merit that strength. And so I think that's always interesting whenever you can be a little bit contrarian to kind of call back to a word that Randy used at the top of the show that I think is paramount to success. Being able to take that road less traveled sometimes and take your shots.
Yeah, 1728 break even.
Wrong
to the
about
downside, we
BBBY,
were profitable.
20 cent, 10
You
cent.
make the most between those two short strikes, 14.95 and 15.
Like price targets?
15. And probability of touching that 15.15 level is 72% probability of touching on that. So as Alex mentioned, you don't need that massive of a
I didn't play
percentage
Chipotle
of
options much just
slide
'cause they were
for
so
this thing to be
expensive.
Profitable, but it is a bearish trade. It's risk defined to the downside. You've got some transaction costs in that as a four-legged spread on that example strategy. All right, that's going to do it for Alex and I today here on Fast Market. But stick around right here on the TD Ameritrade Network. Next Gen Investing is coming up. Alex is hosting that too.
Paying the 3.9 to 4.5. Pretty tight range you're giving it. Yeah, I still think that it could move down to the lows of today before the day is over. Today's chart is honestly looking a lot like
Many traders
Thursday,
may
Friday.
be willing to take on additional risk in pursuit of aggressive growth in their portfolio. More power to them. But if you're looking for a less risky
Terror to break out
alternative,
again?
you might want to
Yes.
consider checking out our income
On a
investing.
tear.
In the income investing course, you'll explore investing strategies designed to generate regular income and preserve capital. First, we'll delve into risk and return preferences. You will learn about the different ways to allocate a portfolio and create a payment schedule. Then we'll take a deep dive into the assets commonly held in income portfolios.
It's gonna hit that $2 today. It's going to, or 180. Oh, BNGO. Been a while. Same chart as all these other ones. Tear 60%. My covered calls on BBBY are still down 17%. Hasn't really been a premium crush yet. On Friday, we didn't. This whole range in here, I did cover calls also, and there wasn't this held up premiums really well. And then once we came down here and then broke into the end of the day, this is when it really got crushed. So we'll wait for that. But I think I'm gonna have to hold these until tomorrow. Oh, I just have weeklies. I would be scalping them, but I don't think I can day trade on this account. So I have 4.5s for Friday. Got 24 of these 4.5s. I opened them this morning, just before that rip. So they were down, like, I think the most they were down like 80 or 90%, which just shows how high the IV is, because this was a huge move, but it was so priced into the options. I opened them like right here. So waited like 5 more minutes. I maybe wouldn't have, because it was breaking that high, and that's when is that when the ECB news came out? Yeah, and the market rallied and everything just went crazy. So could have gotten another, probably like $300 on them, but okay. April 5s. How much are you down on them? Yeah, I know, I'd have to roll them. I feel pretty safe for today. Tomorrow, I'll probably, if I'm up on them, I'll just probably close them. I probably won't try and hold cover calls tomorrow. I might try and time a top though and scalp them still. Yeah, you, John, and a couple other in Discord, you guys opened them at the very beginning. Didn't exercise quite enough patience on those cover calls. I think it was on this bounce day you guys opened them up. Or maybe it was this day. Oh, I think it was even this day. Yeah, you've got to be down, what, a few 100% on it? BBY back down to VWAP. Kind of detached from SPY, it looks like. I think it might want to make its way back down to that 380 support. Price for BBY? Depends on the time frame. Not just about the price. You have to have time. You have to have time in there.
Silvergate Capital soaring despite posting a $1 billion net loss in its fourth quarter. I'm assuming that has something to do with Bitcoin's move higher today, Alex, but we'll have George Tillis fill us in on that name coming up later.
Yeah, I'm excited for that conversation with George. He's always got great insights, particularly on some of these companies where the financials are really what should be looked at. And I think in Silvergate's case, George might have some insights. So looking forward to that.
How are you only down 10% on them? Those are the ones you opened on at the beginning of the rally, right? And then rolled.
The state of the airline.
I think you rolled them like the next day.
Excited to get some more info on that. But you know, Jenny, real quick before we go to upvote, downvote.
Are those different ones that you're just scalping?
Things have quieted down a little bit in the market, and this, of course, can change in a flash. Recall back to last year when things were a little bit more crazy at times, volatility was higher, and we just wanted an update, and we wanted things to calm down, just for the sake of, you know, it gets exhausting. Then you miss it. We're never satisfied. So it's quiet now. It seems boring. When it was busy and volatile, it's too much. Where's that Goldilocks of just enough to talk about, but not too much to just take it all away?
Right, and then earnings are never good enough. Either they're too bad or they're too good, which is a problem. You're right. Nothing is ever good enough, it feels like, for these markets, which I guess is maybe what we're seeing today. But we do have earnings this week, and we did get some earnings this morning, some of those being from the last of the few big banks report, one of those being Goldman Sachs as well as Morgan Stanley. But we will be focusing on Morgan Stanley today with a nice move higher.
Yeah, I see it move down to 3.8. It's breaking VWAP now.
Pace for its best
and it's
since December
kind of inversing the market.
Now, they did report their fourth quarter adjusted profit fell to $131 a share from about $208 a share a year ago, but this figure did exceed the street's forecast. Revenue fell by almost $2 billion from a year ago to $12.7 billion.
61% of economists see a recession in the next 12 months.
Now, institutional securities revenue fell the most substantially within their revenue, while their wealth management revenue did actually rise from a year ago. And one theme we've seen pretty consistently across the board is investment management revenue.
See if it breaks this support or not.
Which in this case for Morgan Stanley, it did decline to $1.5 billion from about $1.7 billion last year.
For April?
But we've seen
I just don't understand how you're only 10% down.
Drop off in excess of about 50%
Are these ones you scalped today, or are those the same ones that you opened up
This is not just a Morgan Stanley
this day on
specific
the
issue,
9th?
no doubt. However, their net interest income and core compensation expenses both did fare better than what the street had been bracing for, and the CEO highlighted all this, saying their results were solid despite, of course, the mixed macro picture right now. Quite a different reaction than we're seeing in Goldman Sachs today, which is falling pretty substantially on the day.
It's inversing SPY right now. SPY's moving back up to VWAP.
Recommendations on these upvote, downvotes. I'm going to say downvote on Morgan Stanley, but I'm glad you talked about Goldman in
GME also coming down
to this reaction that we're
just a
seeing
little
from Morgan
bit.
Stanley, because if you had to put these banks into buckets, Morgan Stanley and Goldman have quite a bit of overlap. They definitely could be compared to each other with a lot of comparisons that I think really line up in terms of where these businesses and banks really are operating from.
What's my average price?
Wealth management.
On what, BBBY?
And the stark contrast in the performance, I think, is really highlighted, and that's really why you're seeing
what's my average price?
decline in Goldman.
I've got a lot of different positions on it.
On their own,
on this account,
would be
kind of confusing, but my shares says my average price is $9.
The ability to compare them, contrast them, and I think that's led us to where we
after
are.
the premium I received,
Morgan Stanley, just simply because the earnings just came
the cash and good puts I rolled to open this, I think it's 4.
We won't hear from the company again for 3
because
months,
on my position on this account.
For now, we'll just sit and watch.
Yeah, for now the big banks are mostly on the back burner, as most of these big companies.
I opened these at the same time, these 8 strike.
But our next name today is another big player, of course.
I said I didn't get that last roll on there
because pieces of news today. Now, per Reuters,
anyways, these cash good puts on BY were 8.
An EU antitrust warning regarding
but one got exercised, and it told me my average price on it was $4. I think it was equating the premium I received to sell all the cash good puts. So
on Microsoft's bid for the company,
on these, I think it's $4.
Over the deal. Separately, we got news that Microsoft is also planning to incorporate artificial intelligence tools into all of its products and make them all available for other businesses to build on.
That's my loss. It's only $399.
From the Wall Street Journal, Microsoft does plan to move quickly.
Or just about, so just over $4.
These tools from OpenAI, which turns language prompts into novel images.
Anyways, yeah, anywhere from that $4 range to $8 or $9.
Software through their Azure cloud, of course, but we also got news that Guggenheim did downgrade the shares today.
427.
To sell from neutral with a price
not
target
bad.
of $212 a share, well below where we're currently trading, just shy
nice,
of
Alessandro. Glad you're making
but
money, man.
Rarely do you see that celebrating, so I kind of respect the conviction here, Alex.
Yeah, absolutely. It stands out, and the stock just taking it in stride.
Yeah, the strike, but that doesn't matter.
Line ever so slightly.
When did you open those? Ace, AC.
Line too. So I think that's
when you open those covered calls, you're only down 10%
for Microsoft. We looked at this one on Fast Market as well with Randy
27
Frederick
BBY.
from the Schwab Center for Financial Research. I got some thoughts on this as well. I want to see the technical picture for this one. Going to say
427 is fine.
Obviously has earnings
totally fine. You could be
soon,
writing
so
covered calls right now.
Note of, but very, very peculiar to see a name that so many trust. Volatility's come down. We're starting to see stocks catch a little
green
bit
ace,
of a bid,
ace. Well
in
done.
General, and
green on GME
is main players
crazy.
Is catching accelerating. So some of this stuff doesn't all.
Yeah, APRN breaking out again, 65%.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think that Microsoft now.
Remember what I said this morning about listening to myself?
So it's been somewhat of a quiet
no, I'm just
name,
kidding.
at least in terms of the
I don't like the risk on this, but it does look like it still wants to get to that 180 or even $2.
Our next name today, though, Pfizer.
I was just hoping it would do it.
One of our most substantial moves
later
lower today, actually, throughout our coverage after Wells Fargo did downgrade the stock to equal weight from overweight with a reduced price
wow, a
lot of
volume on the options from this run.
$54, and the analyst does things in earnings.
Those 1.5 went in the money. Could start to get some
in the near term and sees margin
pressure on its
core business due to
the holds above there, especially
investments in new launches. While he does think the company could have an attractive long-term profile, the analyst thinks a COVID reset may be needed before the stock can work properly.
GME moved
Again,
back and
this
tested
is a name
VWAP.
that has been pretty resilient throughout the last couple of years, but now seeing some weakness to kick off 2023. We haven't just seen green across the board, as some of these healthcare names have not quite been the performers they once were.
Yeah,
Pfizer shares are down about 10% this year so far.
Well, now you're being conditioned with this drop. So next time it's up there, they'll expect you to sell.
18% off its 52-week highs.
Yeah, for those who have watched the show
3.7, that's good.
have seen our coverage, kind of
You
know
could
my
comfortably
stance
sell
on
$4
this space in general.
cover
I think
calls.
it requires a
Hey,
ton of
CDB.
knowledge and research. There's so much to keep
How was your
track
long
of.
weekend?
So much lives and kind of dies in terms of stock price based off of these random trials and approvals. There's just so much going on here from a regulatory standpoint, Jenny, that it is a little bit less volatile when you have a company the size of Pfizer that has so many existing, pharmaceutical products in kind of in play already. But that being said, I just don't feel like I'm engaged enough to this particular sector that I
crypto
like to,
crypto stocks.
Let the,
Oh wait,
those who are
MicroStrategy.
in the know talk a little bit more about it. So I was
This is
usually
crypto.
trying
What
to
is
stray
this?
away from it, and I'll say down vote.
Okay, well, that's a perfect segue to our last name today, because that's Domino's Pizza, and that's the space I'm definitely all too familiar with. I consider myself an expert on very little, Alex, but I'm an expert
Spine's
on
gonna
Domino's
probably
Pizza. Shares are up 3%
reject
today
this-
after
the
an
VWAP
upgrade from
hit here
Morgan
again.
Stanley, as we saw the analyst upgrade to overweight from equal weight with a raised price target to $430 a share, up from $370, also well above where we're currently trading at around
Already moving back up almost
$348 a
8%.
share. Now, the analyst said Domino's is
Nice
better
consolidation
positioned
up here,
to
this
handle
higher level
a downturn
from where
than in the
it had
past,
bankruptcy news.
with an attractive multi-year opportunity to continue to consolidate its carry-out market. Domino's does still have an average rating of outperform among
It could be a good
analysts,
entry
with price
too.
targets ranging from about $300 a
I
share
don't think
all the way to
there's much potential for an upside as
$460. The analyst
BBBY,
community
but
is still pretty optimistic on this name.
it
despite
looks
the
like
fact
it's a
that it
couple
has
days ahead
fallen
of
about 27% off
BBBY.
its yearly highs, unchanged on the year, up
Oh,
about
I feel like
16% off its 52-week
today's
lows. So a name that's
maybe
been
not
sort
this
of
day,
hanging
but
out. It's not
kind of
necessarily
here.
seen any massive moves lately. They do have fourth quarter earnings next
Spy's coming
Thursday
down
before the
now.
market opens, to keep on our radar.
Yeah, who would have thought a company that just simply makes pizzas and delivers it could be as innovative as Domino's Pizza has attempted to be, and in many
Healthy
ways has
gains.
been
I
over
like
the
that. Who needs to eat
years.
healthy when you get
A
healthy
company who,
gains in the
let's
market?
face it, a decade ago
What is going on?
or so,
It's
the
just
product wasn't very liked.
having
and they
fun.
were able to reinvent that,
Up
focus on
63%.
making sure the pizza was
On
edible,
good volume.
people liked it, and that,
It's
really
just
paid
part of
off for
those
this company. It's been
shorted
impressive to watch
stocks
over
that
the
has
years.
been
Found
ripping
itself
the
in
last
recent struggles.
week or
So
two.
many have, particularly those who
This
are
one got
plowing
started
tons of
last
money,
week, just
in CapEx
slightly.
and,
Looks the same
innovation and
as
technology. It's
lots of
it's a
other
pizza company,
charts.
but it does spend a lot of money
This
to try
little
to be
rounding
innovative
bottom
and come out with new things to keep you
with the
excited.
move over the 9
We've
moving
talked about the free
average,
pizzas and
bullish
stuff,
MACD,
throughout
and
the
then
years. Maybe that's weighing on
boom.
the margin as well. But gonna say upvote. We'll see if the technicals maybe can paint a clearer picture, because in this space, there's been tons of disruption.
Oh, it is the
but
biggest
it's still
crypto.
just been
Okay,
a
yeah.
stalwart for all these years. So we'll see if that can
What's to
continue.
watch for?
I want to know
As far as for
despite the fact
entry
that
or
I've ordered
exit, or what do you
Domino's
mean?
probably a million times, I've never seen one of those cool robot cars come deliver it to me. I feel like that would be a hazard, actually, at the city of Chicago. But we'll move on with our two upvotes today, Microsoft as well as Domino's Pizza. Rick will be joining us to break
BBBY
down
is
the
holding
charts. We'll be trading
really
both of
nice.
these names coming up next.
Same sort of chart there, same as the other ones. Similar chart. Just all of them are doing it. GME got some volume on that move to VWAP. Bouncing out of there 4%. That's big. I mean, low volume and decreasing volume. I wonder if end of week GME makes a move back down, like 18 or something. Bed Bath broke VWAP. Little bear flag. Still hasn't made it back to the support though. It's just been consolidating under the VWAP. Let's see on the hourly. We still have that engulfing candle. Looking more bearish on SPY this week, I think. Our side divergence is still there. Have an engulfing here? No. Maybe. No, it's not. It did hit that 400 level that I was kind of looking out for as a potential top. Definitely a significant level. Today closes like this. Could be a sign of a top, a reversal. The low volume rallying up. Doesn't show much conviction either. Not sure what today's volume is going to be. Either. Entry on BBY, I would say. Yeah, I mean today's lows might be a good entry. Really, and you don't know when they'll be. So just looking at the chart, I mean, whoa. We've got the low of the day is what, 33.50, or kind of where we opened. This support, so you could scale in some around here, the 38, and then wait, and then if you get more, if it comes down here, you could scale in support here, giving you 2 different entry points for today, and then wait till tomorrow to get into any more exposure. Could gap down, we could get even cheaper tomorrow. So scaling in at different spots of support, or you could always just wait for the momentum on whatever time frame you like. Right now it's bearish on the hourly as far as momentum goes, but momentum's lagging indicator, so it's going to be, you're not going to catch the bottom, which I don't recommend anyways, but the trend to the upside will be more confirmed. But this does look like a bull flag here, so we might not be testing the lows. Think SPY's going up slowly to break resistance. Not so fast, Alessandro. Higher tomorrow at 4.5. Well, we hit 4.5 today. I don't know if we'll open that high tomorrow. I mean, really, it depends on where we close today. The Terrace front run GME. I moved at the same time. Let's see, this run did it. 8.3 to 8.16. Everything's different since the split. Yeah, it did a little bit. It ran at the same time. In that window right there. Yeah, GME might start to wake up, which is crazy. To low melt up and to just rip. Yeah, price action has just been so weird on that one. 4.4. 4.19. No, not that time. Three to 9.13. Oh, not that time. Little bit. Well, it might be time to get some GME calls. Now that the Ivy's up. But I think it can go higher. Should have to do more sharp rounds of buy and sell.
to hold a trade like this through an earnings catalyst and ultimately stomach some of that risk around those unknown events. With this one, though, the 250-255 call vertical for $1.50, 30 cents on the dollar of risk is sort of a loose guideline that we've talked about for years here on the TD Ameritrade Network. Using that to get to this $1.50 at the 250 mark would lead to a 251.50 break even, $150 in max profit, not accounting for transaction fees on $350 in risk. So a little bit over 2 times as much risk as the potential reward. But a little bit of cushion. Stock will have to move higher, breach that strike before this one would be at risk through that expiration date. So few scenarios where it could be profitable. Of course, a small up move, an unchanged move, or any down move. As long as those options expire worthless, this one could be max profit, and that could take place in a wide variety of prices.
All right, relatively straightforward trade here. And now our next name, Domino's Pizza, seeing quite a different day. Shares are up over 3%, but also still unchanged on the year. And Rick, I was looking at this chart on a year-to-date basis, and it seems like our highs have progressively gotten lowers. Now, we did not take out a new low recently, which I think is an optimistic sign. We are still well off of our lows here, but walk us through what you're seeing on the technical front, because Domino's is having a nice day, but does still remain about 27% off its 52-week high.
This is another stock that's at an important kind of crossroads point right now, because we've got our yellow 21-day exponential moving average right in line with the upper part of this downward channel that we've been in since late October. So that's a significant area that we'll have to make our way through here. That would be a lead potentially to a breakout beyond this channel. So that's right about where we are now, near 348. And what caught my eye about this one is how many times it's been rejected at its purple 252-day exponential moving average. Many times during the past year, we can see that it's had some major trouble getting beyond this moving average. So that would be a key point to watch going forward if we do continue to climb upwards. So that would be around 380 or so. And this is a pretty optimistic price target, I thought, given that, it's in the around 430. That would be a 23% gain off of where we are right now. So that would be a notable development if the stock were to reach that point. RSI, not really doing anything extraordinary today. We are matching price action here. It would be interesting if we did get an upside breakout if the RSI also were to break above this midline in the center here. So that would mean that momentum was switching from the hands of the bears to the bulls. That would be a good sign for any kind of potential uptrend as well. Looking to the downside, those previous lows right here, roughly in line with the bottom of our downward channel here, probably around the 220 level or so, or excuse me, the 354 level, around right here would be where we'd be watching for the next downward move.
Yeah, and Rick, I like that you highlighted that 380 level, because to me 430 seems like obviously a 12-month price target. We are a far cry off of those levels right now. Like you mentioned, 23% below where we're currently trading, or just over $80. So that's a pretty significant move to the upside, at least from Morgan Stanley, that they see this name going there. I think 380 seems a little bit more realistic in the near term, but we'll leave it there. Appreciate all of your technical insight, Rick Ducat, our chart master. And Alex, when trading this name, taking on more of an optimistic approach following that Morgan Stanley no, and some of the upside that Rick just pointed out from a technical front, walk us through a more bullish leaning example trade.
Yeah, went out to the February 10th cycle, which is a weekly options expiration. Reason being is it had a little bit more strike availability than the traditional monthly cycles. It was able to provide $5 wide strikes, and in a name as expensive from a share price standpoint, using options to reduce that overall risk is something that is appealing to many investors. So I wanted to illustrate a strategy that looks to do just that. It's called a call condor. So with this particular directional bias, as laid out by the analyst, being an upwards, more bullish bias, looking at a strategy that would be leaning that direction, utilizing 4 separate call options, all within the same expiration, to structure a strategy that has a bullish lean to it, but also a relatively risk-defined amount at stake. And so we're talking about a $350 stock, give or take a few dollars. And so to be able to get that debit down to $450, but still take an upwards bias here, I thought was interesting. And so one of the things that Rick had talked about was that kind of 375 to 380 mark, where you run into some of the former areas of support from recent moves over the last couple of years. And I wanted to highlight that area within this one as well. So we're buying a $10 wide 345, 355 call vertical. That could simply exist as a trade on its own. But to reduce the overall debit on that one and utilize some of that overhead supply or overhead resistance that could run in, this one could run into on its way up should it move higher, we went ahead and we sold the $5 wide call vertical against it, because the overall spread, if it was fully in the money, would be still, based off the 450 debit, still less than that $10 wide offset there. You would basically just lock in $50. If this went all the way through, all these options offset each other, it'd be a $50 max profit. But if it does land in sort of that sweet spot between the 355 and 375, it can expand to 550, not accounting for transaction fees, of course. But most importantly to me, the break even is 349.50. That is essentially where the stock is trading. And so we've talked about this quite a bit, Jenny, over the years with these sort of directional, speculative, more debit spread leaning type of trade illustrations. If you can get the break even near where you're trading and risk about as much as your possible reward, you sort of set yourself up in a situation that makes sense. Equal risk to reward, basically starting from break even on what could be described as a 50-50 proposition. I mean, the stock can go higher, but it can also go lower. And as long as you kind of get yourself in that ball game, then you just got to be right.
And of course, this example trade would hold through the earnings event, which is next Thursday. And I keep double checking. I can't believe next Thursday is January 26th. I feel like Alex, this month has absolutely flown by. But also important to keep in mind for both of our example trades today that multiple legs can lead to higher transaction fees. Short options can be assigned at any time, and carrying option positions into expiration can add risk like unanticipated exercise or assignment. Now, coming up next, it's time to talk all things Roblox, up over 13% on perhaps some better than expected December numbers. We'll dive into that report from this company coming up next.
Many option traders tend to focus on price and direction, but implied volatility can also be a big factor in options trades. In the Options for Volatility course, we explore what implied volatility is and how it can potentially affect the price of an option. For example, let's say an option trader wants to take a bearish position on a stock, but isn't sure whether to buy a put or sell a call. Both strategies are bearish, but looking beyond direction to consider the impact of implied volatility could help the trader choose between them. We also introduce strategies designed to harness changes in implied volatility. For instance, time spreads, like counters and diagonals, are designed to benefit from increases in implied volatility. Iron condors, on the other hand, are designed to benefit from falling implied volatility. After learning about the strategies, you can take the final assessment to test your knowledge. Head to the Education tab on Thinkorswim for the full Options for Volatility course and a whole lot more.
TD Ameritrade Network has arrived on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange new location with access to the biggest newsmakers in Wall Street, bringing you in-depth market coverage and real-time trade ideas. Do not miss our exclusive interviews with CEOs, bell ringers, traders, and stock pickers, keeping you informed as you navigate your investments. Don't miss Trading 360 at 11 a.m. Eastern and the watch list at 2 p.m. Eastern, live from the New York Stock Exchange, only on the TD Ameritrade Network.
Opportunities can be hard to find, like catching lightning in a bottle. In uncertain times, it's tempting to retreat or simply wait and see. At CME Group, we empower those who act. We deliver tools to help manage risk and capture opportunities in every market climate, across every major asset class, to seize each possibility at precisely the right moment. CME Group, opportunity is everywhere.
for Developing Story. Joining me now, senior markets correspondent for the TD Ameritrade Network, Kevin Green, is here, and you got your eyes on an interesting one. Talk to me about what's going on here. It looks like Church & Dwight is the company that you're focused on. A couple analysts weighing in on this one.
Definitely not a stock that we talk about a lot, but we are seeing a move to the upside today, up about 3.5%. And that is due to Morgan Stanley and Credit Suisse actually upgrading the stock. Morgan Stanley upgraded the stock to overweight from equal weight and actually has a new price target of $91, and that's up from $82. They do believe that there's a compelling story to be made here, as the stock did underperform last year. And they also do believe that this year they will have pronounced and above consensus top line acceleration growth, as well as gross margin recovery in 2023. So overall, they are very bullish on the stock. When you're looking at Credit Suisse, they actually upgraded the stock to outperform from neutral with a price target of $95. That's up from $85. And they also say that the trend is improving for the stock. And also, if we do go into a recession, their portfolio makeup would actually be able to thrive within that type of environment. So overall, we are seeing a stock that we don't talk about that much, one that's really in that value space or that consumer staple space, but we are seeing a pretty aggressive move today compared to how it usually trades.
Yeah, you can see the Arm & Hammer baking soda, looking for an idea of kind of the realm this is in. Household products, some specialty products as well, but certainly in the consumer staples realm, kind of like I'd say almost like a Procter & Gamble, maybe one that's less talked about if you're looking for sort of a comparison. When you see this kind of call from these kind of analysts that are becoming optimistic on this particular space, is there any read-through on kind of what they feel about the overall market then, if this is an outperforming type of a name?
I think they're really trying to hedge themselves here, Alex. We have seen a lot of market movement for the last week and a half, where a lot of risk-on assets are starting to catch a little bit of a bid. But there are a lot of analysts that are still a little bit cautious about the overall narrative for 2023, that we could potentially get into a recession and or an economic slowdown, to say the least. And some of these consumer staple names could be the beneficiaries of that, as consumers shift their spending from consumer discretionary type of goods and start buying consumer staples a little bit more to really focus on the core needs that they need for every single day. And that's why they are a little bit bullish on this particular space. But I do believe it's most likely a hedge. We are starting to see a shift in narrative overall. We just only had like 2 weeks of trading this year, and it went from a bearish first half to a bullish second half to now maybe it's going to be a bullish first half. So I think there's just a lot of confusion that's in the marketplace.
I think that's well said. And for those who are fleeing to this one for safety last year, we're not rewarded for that. So maybe patience needing to be expressed here. And that's sort of the thesis of at least the analysts at Morgan Stanley, was just the underperformance makes it compelling. So we'll see how 2023 shapes up for this one. Keep our eyes on CHD after a pretty brutal 2022. Kevin Green, appreciate it as always, senior markets correspondent for the TD Ameritrade Network. It's now time for FOMO, and we're going to leave the consumer staples conversation in the rearview mirror. We're going to go way to the other side of things here, Jenny. We're going to talk some Roblox.
Yeah, and I was looking at this chart, Alex, and I have to say that in spite of its 13% move higher today, this has not even put a dent in its losses. Year to date or on a longer-term basis, this name did trade as high as $141 a share, now trading at around $37.50. So what a move down and move lower it has been. It's been so consistent, so really, I would say, severe in this name. It almost follows these COVID-related stocks that we saw that had sky-high valuations, and now we've seen these massive plummets. But good news today, of course, surging after reporting its December metrics showed annual growth on a sequential basis for its daily active users, its hours engaged, and its estimated bookings. It estimates between 430 and 439 million in bookings for the month of December, ahead of street forecasts previously, and up about 17 to 20% year over year. The company also had around 61 million daily active users during December, which was 18% growth year over year, and does predict that it saw around 189 to 199 million in revenue during that period. This figure was down, though, 1 to 6% from a year-over-year basis. Their average bookings per daily active user were between 699 and 714. Hours engaged rose 21% to 4.7 billion. But the results really showed, I think, this positive change after several months of slowing growth for this name, which you can see reflected on the chart with its nosedive. Now this name is up a whopping 73% off its 52-week low, so you have to give them some credit here. They are well off those yearly lows, clearly. Roblox did say the strengthening of the U.S. dollar against foreign currencies during 2022, specifically the euro and the pound, had adverse effects on its revenue, bookings, and average bookings per daily active user. They also did announce, which I thought was very interesting, they will stop releasing their monthly metrics after their March results to align with their reporting cadence with the value of taking a more long-term approach. The key metrics will continue to be published on a quarterly basis, basically like every other company here. But I was actually reading an analyst report, and this analyst thought this was bad news, that perhaps they don't want to disclose their numbers every single month. But I almost just think this puts it more on pace with a regular old tech company. I mean, Costco is one of those companies that does report monthly numbers. I don't think it necessarily means they're stronger than every other big box retailer out there. I don't think that is necessarily the case for Roblox here, Alex. But just looking at this chart, it's pretty brutal. I guess you have to find more so recent valuation and sort of reset your expectations. Name is down about 54% off its 52-week highs, but now up over 30% over the last 2.5 weeks.
Yeah, this company doesn't have a ton of trading history. I mean, it became public post the pandemic and really in a very different market environment than we find ourselves in now. So really, most of the trading activity is hard to compare it to. The way that these kind of stocks were being valued a year ago at this time is just not anywhere near the same kind of scrutiny that's being placed on them now. That being said, this is a company that's pioneering somewhat revolutionary kind of concepts and ideas within the video game space, within the digital kind of world space of the metaverse, and all the things that go with where things might be going in terms of how we spend time, be it on our screens or just for entertainment in general. And so, while, you know, I see some of that B-roll for the company and acknowledge that it's, you know, kind of cool, it also looks kind of corny, but the users just continue to spike here. The hours engaged continue to spike here. And so while revenue not as impressive as it has been at times in the past for this company, the amount of actual people engaging on their platforms and spending time on that, which is the most critical element for somewhat of an early stage company, just continues to impress. And so I'm not surprised to see the company do better. You know, obviously having a nice day here today. It's just going to be impossible maybe for this company in the very, very short term to meet the expectations that would be required to get back to where it was. You got to almost throw out some of those prices and forget that it happened, because there's potentially good bones here. It just was just selling at a price that just, no matter what it did, it was just never really warranted.
Right, and I also feel like when it was posting its earnings or its monthly numbers really following the pandemic, nothing was good enough. This company was clocking double-digit percentage growth, and it was still just not enough compared to the exponential growth it saw during the pandemic. And also the video game space as a whole has seen some collective slowdown as people are not spending as much time in front of their screens. They are going and enjoying each other's company more, at least I hope so. But Roblox has coined itself as like the original metaverse. I also think that's a very interesting tag, Alex, as the metaverse, at least for a company like Meta Platforms, has not fared so well. The street doesn't fully understand it yet. But this is a name that I think we are a little too old for the target demographic. It is beloved by children. I do know that. And I do know that I'm not the target audience they're serving, but this is a name that is still very much popular among the kids, so I would say. Yeah, no doubt. And honestly, it has a little bit of a sandbox element, user-created content. So there's this more of a kind of the skin in the game element that I think keeps users and players on these platforms engaged. But most importantly, at least to my knowledge, it's not asking you to put on those VR headsets. And that, to me, is what's not working in the metaverse. Hey, we got to move on from those. That is just not it. You're not an Oculus fan. Not an Oculus fan. Yeah, I think nothing to do with Oculus in particular. Yeah, I get that. I'm not a video game person, so this is like so far out of my realm. But what I do understand is this is a monster move higher today, not even really putting a dent in its chart, despite the fact that it's up over 13%. Trading this name, though, today, Alex, the feeling is definitely to the upside, and that FOMO feeling, definitely feeling like you missed out on this nice 13% move if you logged in this morning and saw Roblox up, I mean, significantly up over $4 now.
Yeah, this is one that can turn in literally a split second, one way or another. It can make massive jumps, massive declines, and is so much a function of the overall risk tolerance in the market and risk sentiments and how much beta a portfolio wants to take on. But if you're of the belief that this is the beginning of a more sustained jump in share price, I got a trade illustration that would benefit from continued upside here. Looking at buying a call calendar, the idea here being taking a shot to the upside, but looking to control some of that risk and reduce some of that exposure because of what we said. This could be just so volatile. It can literally be all over the place so quickly. Looking to capitalize on some of that volatility, but also look for it to skew to the upside here. Recent moves have kind of lost momentum and turned sour around the 45 mark. So that's the reason for the 45 strike being selected, looking for possibly running into resistance to that point if the upside continues. The difference between the March and the February option is the price tag on this particular calendar. At the time I was looking at it earlier, it was about 80 cents for a debit. So that means $80 in risk, not accounting for transaction fees. Month over month, traditional call calendar here, so skewing to the upside, highly customizable. We can't stress that enough. This is one way to look at it, using one set of expirations to set up a time frame over the next month and a half. But the closer we could be to accurately projecting where that stock would be near that February expiration, the best chance this one has to succeed. And in this particular example, that strike is 45, so you see that as the apex of that profitability risk profile graph that we have there up on the screen.
And I also want to point out, although we did get these December numbers today, they do report their fourth quarter earnings Wednesday, February 8th, before the market opens. We do still have that to look forward to, which is a great segue to our next segment because we are previewing United Airlines earnings. Those are due today after the closing bell. Caroline Woods will join us to break through some of those numbers and what we can expect from the airline.
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started, TD Ameritrade offers a webcast that's right for you. Looking to improve your portfolio management skills? Our portfolio management webcast series breaks down key concepts like retirement planning, income generation, ETFs, and more. Best of all, you can ask questions by chatting directly with an education coach. It's interactive learning at its finest. Tune in live or watch on demand. Head over to tdameritrade.com/webcasts and start learning today.
Sorry guys, phone call. Ads. Yeah, SPY moved up, breaking VWAP. You guys are all blowing up about AMC. Ater might be front running this. AMC is 16%. This makes me want to think the SPY might also kind of start short squeezing. I don't have any bearish plays on GME to close, so it doesn't matter a whole lot that it's moving up. But I don't have a whole lot of bullish either. I've been waiting for some consolidation, some sort of range to give good entries, but it's just done nothing but melt since the 6th. It's been 11 days of upward melt. So I don't know. Was there news on AMC? This looks bullish for a SPY too. Broke that resistance, broke that VWAP. I was planning on just holding my position. I got a smaller position on the futures. But this was a little more bullish than I was expecting. I'll just hold it. I think. Let's see, I was just waiting there. AMC is a real play. GME goes up $1. Yeah, dude, this thing's melting up. Subscribe. Last one AMC was selling shares. Oh, that's funny. So BBY not feeling this pump on the market really. 1340. Yeah. Kind of inversing it a little bit. So there's that at 130. No. See if there's any news. Interesting. Okay. I don't see any news, but a little bit of a pump there. That's when GME got its move too, huh? When SPY did it. Yeah, so those were kind of all together, it seems like. GME's might be a little bit more related to AMC though. The 130. Kind of at the same time, really. I got some volume, broke through that VWAP. No, AMC, I don't know. But this might be a good front runner to GME. So maybe getting some calls before it's too late. 6%, wow. That's great. It was just 4%. Let's see. I was gonna do mostly shares, but it's hard to set down the options leverage. Let's see. So Feb, I'm gonna do 22, 35. The big spread, maybe 30. 22, 30. All debit spread. This is where my margin becomes a problem because opening up these long legs kind of negates my long puts, I think. But that's just too confusing for me to understand, so. Definitely at the high of the day, I'll put a low order. Oh no. SPY's kind of rejecting that. Might be a little false breakout on it. I just don't like the lack of volume. BBY is feeling more the downside than anything with the market. AMC slowing down too. I'll be patient. Maybe a good thing I was on a phone call. Slow me down. That's a short. Yeah, 7% is pretty big. Yeah, we've got hour and 15 till power hour. That'll be over the rest of the week. I think so for sure. Cold shower. This thing's holding up so well. I was expecting today to be red, and it might still end up being red, but yeah, this looks solid. This is crazy. This is crazy. We're battling for 4 again. I thought we'd be trying to fight support at 3. So yeah, if not this week, I think next week should be pretty good if we hold up and consolidate. Volume's still very high. Option chain is still insanely crowded with open interest and volume and all sorts of stuff. So Yeah, it looks good. I think tomorrow could be pretty big. And into the end of the week. So yeah, I think it looks nice. Crime memes. No options. That's true. I've basically earned my super stock badge. I've slowed down trading options. Mostly shares, but I just DRS those shares and then I sell them through computer share also. I just swing trade computer share shares. It's great. It's like I'm part of the cause, but I'm also making money. BY 395 or 385. Some about 2,481 Feb March 4-3 put spreads. AMC's chart just looks crazy. BY 265. Sad. 65 would be yeah, it might. Out of that last high. I mean, if it breaks those levels, that definitely be the next level. 370, 357 is 50% retrace from the low to the high. And here's the low of today. That was a weird little pump on the whole market there. AMC's got a lot of volume. Yeah, that did pick up. Whoa.
Hillis, senior markets correspondent for the network. So, George, was this move higher in reaction to Bitcoin's strength? Because
bull flag,
the
yep.
quarter numbers they gave, not promising.
I know that bull flag looks nice.
Not promising at all. I mean, I think the market
Hourly.
reaction overall was positive because of Bitcoin, but I think reality has really set in, and I think the market has got this right because you can see the stock is trading, looks like about $4 or so below the highs of the day. And the company, as you mentioned, Jenny, did lose close to $1 billion, and about 780 million of that was based upon forced sales of assets that the company actually held. In other words, liquid bonds that they had to sell to meet redemptions of deposits. And one of the challenges this company is facing, outside of the fact that they've actually lent against collateral in Bitcoin, but some of their depositors were big ones like BlockFi.
BBBY coming down.
Depositor of Silvergate.
GME holding up with the market.
Was traditional regional bank company, but basically became a crypto
whale teeth.
cash
Just
management business and also
flat range that it trades in after hours. It looks like whale teeth.
Crypto exchanges, and I think that's again a huge challenge for the company. And now, when you look at its deposit rate, and the company reported this is why I think the stock has been trading quite a bit lower, is they had $12 billion in deposits last quarter, and that dropped by close to $4.7 billion. That's a 40% decline in deposits.
I don't know what they're talking about when they're saying, oh, I guess just this right up here.
Bank, and I think this is a challenge that investors are going to have to deal with if you're long this stock, because overall you can see Bitcoin in the last 5 days has actually traded quite well, whereas if you look at Silvergate, it's not. And I think this is because of the intertangled mix of a web of assets and liabilities that Silvergate is caught up in. that's still going to be a challenge for the company. So what I'm trying to suggest here is that this company's prospects from an equity holder doesn't look good. And overall, if you're a depositor in Silvergate, if you're FDIC insured, that's fine because it's a FDIC chartered bank, but it doesn't necessarily mean that equity holders are safe just in case the company needs to issue additional equity to raise capital to shore up its balance sheet, which is probably going to happen. But at the end of the day, it'll start to diverge away from Bitcoin, in my view. So if you want to play Bitcoin, play the traditional coin itself, or maybe some of the miners. But I think some of these exchanges or anything that has to do
I'm
with
telling you, this
data
looks
like
just like
lending or
Friday,
credit lending to the
so
Bitcoin
could sell off
ecosystem
into
is still
close.
going to be structurally challenged, even if Bitcoin.
I mean, go either way after a bull flag.
continues its momentum.
There's
It's trading very
consolidation
well in the
from a
last
high.
couple
Usually it's
days,
up, but
everyone is aware of.
it's going to break out one way or the
You
other.
brought this part up, George, because I mean, this is a conversation to be had in any sector that's somewhat of a derivative of something else, be it crude oil. If you want exposure to crude oil, the purest way to do that is to invest or trade crude oil. The further down the chain you get, the more risk factors come in. You might get higher beta, you might even outperform, but there's reasons for that, and know that you're taking different risks. No different in this space. You want to speculate on the direction of Bitcoin, the purest way to do that is to simply trade or speculate on Bitcoin itself. All of these things, yeah, they might be tied to it, they might have really high correlations, but there's other risk factors, and we're seeing those risk factors play out in real time. Obviously, this isn't JP Morgan, this isn't Wells Fargo. The size of this company isn't going to send seismic,
kind of rejecting.
earthquake-like ripple effects through the market. But what happens if a bank like this fails, George? I mean, this is another.
Jeez,
potential
AMC
black
isn't
eye,
stopping.
On this space that is, really
Looks like it wants to pull GME up.
And what incentive
All right, I
does a
might
bigger
scale.
bank or the Fed or anything
A
like
little
that,
bit
or
of
is it even
scale.
possible they would come in and bail something like this out if need be?
No, there's no bailout for this bank. In case the company does go over or under, I'm not saying it is, because again, we don't necessarily know what the rehypothecation risk is. In other words, who they owe money to, how much debt they have to raise. That's going to be very costly.
I have an
how
order
much more of liquid collateral
for
they
some
have to pony up or sell.
long
they're
options
selling
on
bonds
GME.
at the wrong time. That's another challenge, and that's one of the things you get caught up in when there's a liquidity crunch. All I can say is a deposit reversal. When you see deposit withdrawals of this magnitude, it becomes a huge challenge. Now, from a depositor standpoint, in case this
looks like it's
does
rejecting this little VWAP break.
Go bankrupt, depositors that are FDIC
Overall, just a
insured
consolidation
are
day.
going to be made whole by the FDIC. What will happen is the FDIC will basically
That's true.
put this
PPI is
under
tomorrow.
conservatorship, and the deposit base will be transferred to another bank. So again, it doesn't necessarily mean there's anything left over for equity holders, because I've seen this happen before. I'm going to use
Max
Washington
1 hours.
Mutual as an example. Back in the financial crisis, Washington Mutual shareholders got wiped out, but it didn't necessarily mean the depositors were wiped out. As long as they were FDIC insured, they were insured and guaranteed 100%. So that's something you got to keep in mind. This is a bank holding company that basically got entangled in the crypto universe, and just in case it goes under, the depositors will maintain their integrity under guidelines of the FDIC, but equity holders will get wiped out. And I'm just saying that there's a risk in this. And like I said, if you're going to invest in Bitcoin, you got to stick with the core asset itself, maybe some futures on Bitcoin. I'm just suggesting some alternatives, maybe some of the Bitcoin miners that have healthy balance sheets and don't have redemption
Looks like
risk.
it came back down, yeah.
That's one of the things you have to consider with a bank that is facing massive withdrawals of their
I look for an entry today, maybe after
George,
hours.
What's assuring as a consumer is obviously less assuring as a shareholder.
Didn't really end at any sort of
important point you
resistance.
brought up. And I was talking about Roblox's far cry off of its high. This name traded as high as almost $240, now trading just below 14. So what a painful move lower it has been. But we'll leave it there. George Tillis, appreciate all of your insight as always.
Spy's looking bullish again, up, staying above VWAP.
That also does it for Alex and myself for this Tuesday's Next Gen Investing. Coming up
Oh,
next,
GME is about to move up.
Nicole Petalides.
Got a resistance there at 21.98, so basically 22.
Let's walk through how to analyze a company's financials on thinkorswim. To get started, go to the Analyze tab and
GME breaks here, it could pop. Looks like it wants to. Up my, since I'm scaling it, I can be a little more aggressive with my pricing. All right, I got filled. Scaling, nice scale. I got February, I think first week. I just see this thing coming back down before it goes back up, but oh well. Melt up. I think GME might be about to pop. I think AMC is gonna just pull it through that resistance. Others being what exactly? Like BBY? No, I don't think BBY will pull up with GME until GME has a lot of velocity. And it probably won't get that until it's, I mean, it seems like it gets that over 30, but it could get that before 30, I suppose. I get rejected there a little bit. I did all the shorts a favor, opening some debit spreads on it. All debit spreads. I've got to group these. I got 22.5 or 22.30 call debit spreads for February. Just 3 of them for now. Not sure how long we're gonna have to wait, but I think we will see it move back lower. BB broke its high. Another one we mentioned on Thursday. Had the same chart as everything else. This one hasn't moved as far though, but this was the same looking chart as a tear. All right, GME is rejecting that 22 breakout. I will probably do the same. AMC doing the same. Hmm. 385. See if that holds on BBBY.
Fed cutting rates, to me, supports the fact that the economy would get worse, because if you think the Fed's going to cut rates, they're only going to cut rates if things get
SPY
really
moving
bad
up though.
economically. Otherwise, what's the purpose of cutting rates? So you got the Fed working against us. We got earnings, and look, this is just a normal cycle.
5 minutes
that we
after
see every
2.
7 to 10 years, where you're going into a recession, and everything from the bond market to the consumer to earnings to real estate is pointing that things are going to get weaker, not stronger. So I don't see that as a bullish sign.
Right, understood. I mean, at this point now, we'll be waiting on the PPI report. Do you think that will be telling? We've got in the manufacturing, New York manufacturing, and that showed contraction. I mean, we've seen some of the prints just basically slower growth, inflation coming down. Is the Fed doing too much, and what do you expect from the PPI?
So I think you're going to see over the next several months, CPI is going to trend downwards, because we are, in our opinion, heading into a recession. And that's what happens when demand starts to go away. You're going to see prices come down. So there are time periods where CPI going down is not a bullish catalyst. And do I think the Fed did too much, or is doing too much? I think they
with the
already
wicks,
have,
not the
because
body.
we haven't even seen the impacts of the rate hikes they've done yet, because it takes months for it to circulate into the system. And I think it's really more of a matter of how fast they've done it. This is an experiment that we've never seen before. And I'm not willing to sit back and bet on them being able to navigate this and assume that they're going to be able to do a soft landing. I'd rather sit on the sidelines with a big percentage of client assets and wait and see if they're actually able to navigate it. I think the probability of them navigating a soft landing with as fast as they've moved on tightening during an economic slowdown, I think that's a very low probability.
Right. So at this
Hey,
point now,
gap.
I sense your tepidness and concern. What do you tell investors?
So right now, a big bulk of our assets that we manage in our tactical strategies is in cash. Look, money markets are giving us yields now that we haven't had in quite a long time. And so our security positions that we would buy on weakness would be things like healthcare, consumer staples, maybe even utilities. Treasuries are an area that we will be looking to add a little bit to as well, but keeping a big part of our core positioning in cash, because we want to be able to buy the
reportedly contemplating cutting 5% of its workforce, or 11,000 people.
And the only way to really be able to take advantage of that and grow someone's wealth is to actually have cash to be able to buy it. So we have to be patient here. That's tough to do as an investor, but I think it's going to end up playing out to be the most prudent approach, because by summertime, I think it's going to be clear whether we're right or not.
Bearish flag
I see
broken.
At this point, so a lot of cash. Are you worried that you might be missing opportunity by sitting in cash? For example, Meta was up over 10%.
No, I still see a good flag,
Year to date, it's
even
up
testing
12%.
that support.
The S&P had a great week last week. It was up
Well, maybe not that support.
2.7%. The Nasdaq was up 4.5%.
On a wick.
The Russell was up 5.2%. You're missing the moves.
I think it could retest here.
If
it wicks down here,
the
candle closes down here, then it's not, not a great flag.
A year ago and over a year ago. So even though these stocks have had big moves, they still need huge returns just to get back to where they were.
ATXI kept going.
And again, it's very typical to see the things that have sold off the most to have the bigger rallies and bear bounces. But look, anyone that bought bear bounces last year
Terror's breaking me up
ultimately
now.
watched the market make a new lower low.
Rally's
so
over
they
for
may have
now.
looked pretty smart in making that trade for 2, 3, 4 weeks. But after that, it made new lows. And I think all of those you can look at pre-COVID levels, and that's where I think they're going. So Again, we're looking at the trend, and the trend to us is going down. So I don't worry about a 1 or 2 or 3 week move because we're looking at it from a total scope perspective. And again, the timing of when we raised cash was pretty good. So we have the luxury of being able to be patient and not having to chase.
AMC broke out. Broke that 6. Maybe it's filling that gap like you said down on Ape. I'm not going to start looking at Ape too.
What sectors are you following?
Yeah, exactly. Emma. I know someone mentioned that, like one of you guys was like a tear. That makes me think of MMAT. I was like, yeah, dude.
Look,
And it hasn't had to move yet. The chart doesn't look good at all, but well, let's see here.
The consumer really is, because the narrative that I continue to hear from a lot of folks is that the consumer's still in good shape because of how much cash they have. Well, I want to see data that actually supports that, because if we see the consumer,
yeah, I'm assuming my cover calls are up a little bit
we are
now.
a consumer-driven economy. If we
They're
see
down.
weakening that we think we're going to
They're only
see,
down
then I think
5%
that's
now,
going to
though. They're
support
probably
our
teetering.
thesis that we're going into a recession. If
But
we
I don't
see
think I can close them.
surprises in that space, then maybe we're wrong and we'll have to
And
pivot.
GME.
The other area is
Wow,
real
GME
estate.
stayed
Real
bullish
estate's the one asset that held up real well
with the
last year.
market, but actually even
There's
more
not
bullish.
another area, in my opinion, that touches more parts of the economy than real estate. If we start to see
I don't know
massive
what to think
slowdown
about
there
this.
and companies start laying off employees,
It's just like each day, just a little bit bigger move
that could
on
ultimately
decreasing
take us
volume.
to a harder landing than what the market's priced in.
I feel like I gotta
assume
probably
they
sell
think
these.
that because the rates are going to get lower,
That 22 is a
that
pretty big
maybe
level.
that'll bring mortgage demand back.
Or whatever
And,
this
I
is
think
back here,
housing is gonna be
2189.
extremely challenged this year.
Is that actually on it?
And when you say real estate, how at least it's sort of held up, at least in part, you don't mean buying
There.
into commercial REITs, right?
It literally hit right there at
I
2189.
think the commercial space has a lot of challenges this year.
Literally right at
Again, I
the
wanna-
wick of
what's gonna
that
happen when they have
we
to
wicked to
refinance
today.
their debt at higher rates.
2189.
I'm talking about
That's
just
crazy.
real estate numbers in regards to single-family homes.
They're cheap.
seeing the rate of
Let's buy them.
change
They're
on
cheap.
sales
You should
there.
go buy
We're
some
already
deep
seeing
out the
luxury
money
home
BBBY.
sales
They're
come
cheap
down
also.
pretty big on a percentage basis. So
Just
that's
kidding.
telling us that the high-end market is starting to really slow down because they probably are seeing what we see and just want to kind of sit back before they make any major
I can't believe
purchase.
GME
But,
literally
you know, if you
that
get
same
home sales declining
exact
at a
level.
rapid rate, they're going to have to lay off a lot of employees, and that touches a big part of our economy.
Yeah, well, that's the whole thing. And you
This
said,
is
you know,
playing
it
out
gets
like
better
Friday
before
so
it gets
far.
worse. So how far
Coming down to test that
lower
level,
does the
see if
market
it
go?
breaks.
Are
If
we
it does,
retesting lows? Do we make
next
new
level to
lows?
test is the
We're
low.
going to make new lows in our opinion. Look, I think a S&P at a 3,200 range is not too far-fetched. And if it hits 3,200, then you could have another leg down based on technicals. So where we
Yeah,
would be
Dunro got
wrong
calls on
is if
him,
we're
man.
not in a recession this year. If we
Yeah,
do not
IB's
go into a
probably pretty
recession,
cheap.
then we're
Still
going
on
to be
there, I
wrong
think.
in our assessment of where the market is going. If we are going to have a hard landing, it is our opinion that we will be right in regards to our market assessment. And again, I think in the next several months, the data that's going to come
The
out
chart just looks awful. That's
from
just
earnings,
purely based on
corporations,
other
are
stocks
going to really be
moving.
very telling, again, on who's right. Whether
Which
this is a new bull
I get.
market or this is nothing more than a bear bounce.
Right. Okay, Eddie Gabor, thank you. I mean, you certainly have been warning us about the selling that we saw, and you were right about that. Eddie Gabor, owner, Key Advisors. Thanks, Eddie.
I mean,
Learning more
6%
ahead
day,
right here.
man.
Watch us. We'll
When the
discuss
market's
some of these
basically
media
flat.
companies. How could a possible recession impact that group?
What the
Will we
heck?
see more M&A in that space? Plus, how long will the tone of risk aversion remain
I need
in
a
the markets? Are panels
coffee.
ready?
Here it comes. Non-runner and Ivy's still low. Yeah. 17 with Ivy is lower than the week after. Oh, because of earnings maybe? 2-3. We'll close under 3.8. I don't think it'll do something tomorrow. Just looking at the chart, no, it looks like it'd be more consolidation, but being that tomorrow's T+2, I'm not sure. Not sure if we'll see some action from that or not. I mean, I don't. Seems like we would. Buy's rejecting a bit. I don't need to realize that stupid popcorn stock is up 20%. Okay. Is ATXI optionless? Yeah, there is a break on that. So I'm guessing no position for you, Don. I like a tear better than this. But this one's earlier on, maybe. Whoa, big dump on SPY. Let's see. What was that? Hard bottom turn. Not sure what that was on. White House says we're not going to be negotiating over the debt ceiling. That was 211. I don't think that was from that. Interesting here. So this kind of velocity on the market's pulling GME. BBY already had some momentum down. Doesn't look like it's accelerated it. It is a special stonk. BBBY not really getting pulled so far with this SPY move. Russell did the move also. AMC slowed down? Yeah. Was going to drop. Oil production up 77,000 barrels a day while demand is still low. Yeah, SPY's weak. Really just testing this support at this point, but those are some big candles with volume. So testing today's lows wouldn't be surprising. Still 2.5 hours. Yep, BBY still hasn't quite made it to that support. Republican debt ceiling is a risk. Actually, just I don't think it was dropping on that news. I don't know what this was necessarily. If it was news related or not. Yeah. Yeah, resets are needed. Whatever the move on SPY was, it's too much in the middle of the day to get volume to keep pushing it. It's just and chilling. BBBY is fine. It's up 6% today. You don't just want green days. You gotta get some red in there. Yeah, it was down 10%. That's right. Right at open. Plus 16% from there. Pre-market, we're at 320. Just going down. That one. I'm curious if Max Payne will drop today on BBBY. Did they have strikes all the way to 80? I guess these were probably written. Yeah, these are January. So these were written years ago, right? Kind of crazy still. 44,000 volume at the 4 strike. Dude. Four, and then open interest is 51,000 on 5 strike. Oh my gosh. Look at the spread. It's 1 cent. It's beautiful. Eyes coming down further. That's the BBY call. I figured out what was going on with my pool. BBY bouncing off of that support so far. Market's also bouncing a little bit. Whoa, that's a pretty good bounce on BBY. Wow, bullish. $44 volume with the 4 strike. Yeah, I don't know if it's like, it doesn't seem like retail. I know it is. Yeah, it is still crazy that the 80s were written years ago, but it was only trading at 15, and I knew it wasn't at 80, so that is way out of the money though. ATXI going again. Yep. Bed Bath breaking VWAP right there. Soap stock. If you do, don't just buy long calls on it. Ivy's insane. Do whatever you want, but this is dumb. This move from here to here, if you timed the bottom and the top perfectly and got the perfect strike, the weeklies was only 80%. And then 20 minutes later it was 60%. Right? That was a 34% move in the stock. So yeah. I mean, cash and card puts you could do. Those are safer. But it's just the risk. Going bankrupt, you don't want cash and card puts.
Streaming is an incredibly difficult business given the competition, given the costs, and not a lot of companies have the cash flow or the balance sheet to be able to fund that business.
We were talking about WWE earlier today and McMahon coming back, and that we might see some sort of sell-off of some sort there. I mean, that's been in the works or discussed. But there are so many names. You mentioned a few of them, but I think about Disney and Live Nation, MSG, Netflix, HBO Max, Apple, just to name a few, Paramount, Peacock, Hulu. Which ones are going to be around, and how many are people going to keep buying? There's a recession coming. Ad dollars are slim too, so they're likely to keep the prices relatively high.
Yeah, you're exactly right. So if you add up all of those services and see how much it costs, the average consumer, if you sign up for all of the services, will pay over $100, which is more than what you would pay for your cable TV bundle. Consumers are currently subscribing to about 4 or 5 of these. We think there's going to be pressure on the number that people subscribe to at any one point. I think you're going to see a lot of people come in, watch what they want to watch on a particular service, churn off of it, go on to a different service. And so while you might, in aggregate, be subscribing to 6 or 7 services, at any one point you're
didn't
going to
want us to keep selling off there.
fewer services than that. And that's just not a
That's
good
interesting.
model.
I don't know what that drop was on, anyways.
As you talked about, the linear TV bundle has been great because regardless of what channels you watch, all the media companies get paid for their bundles.
That's smart to get shares. Honestly, you could do
back towards
cover calls on it like right away.
Bundling a number of the streaming
You want to take the
services.
risk off, at least some risk.
And somebody could do that, whether it's a
Yeah, Don
Roku or
knows.
an Amazon or a Comcast. There's an opportunity for somebody to offer a streaming bundle.
Oh no!
That essentially replaces
You need to learn about those before you open the shares.
Now we know that content is king, and that's why we saw a name.
Yeah, you can guarantee a profit more or less.
Netflix was spending billions.
If it goes up, I
and
mean,
people couldn't believe
or
it,
if it
but
stays
that
flat
helped
even.
them to maintain their leading spot.
So,
you said the end
say, okay, you bought shares at
irrational US
$4,
content bubble. What does that
right?
mean?
So,
Yeah, so
right now,
what
you
the
could go and
media
do a limit
companies
sell
spent
for
between
$5, right?
21 to 22,
And just
it
set
went up
good till cancel,
double digits.
and just
Now, part of that
close
was
down your
driven by the
computer and not look at
pandemic,
it for 10 years.
But you still had
And
companies
maybe
spend
within that time, it went up to
$100
$5 and it
just
sold, and you would have
on
gotten that profit,
content for their
right? So
streaming
it's,
services.
cover calls is kind of
What we've
similar to
seen,
that.
What we will see into this year
So
is
you
that
have your shares at
scaled back. They
$4,
don't need to spend. They've realized they
and
can't spend as
you want to
much
just guarantee profit and
as
say, I'm going
they
to just sell out at
have
this point.
on streaming.
Think of that
because they're just not generating the revenue to be able to match
as how
the
you would do
costs
covered
associated
calls.
with all those
So
streaming,
instead of doing a limit sell for your shares at $5, you do cover calls. So you sell the call at the 5 strike,
3 and 5% in aggregate.
and you could do it
and
for expiring this Friday. You could do it for
streamers will be more
expiring
rational in
next
the way that
Friday
they
or the
spend.
Friday after.
It isn't about grabbing
You can do whatever
anymore.
strike you want,
And
but
the
if
primary
you just
way
think of it
to
as
do that
the
had
price
been
to sell your
spend
shares at,
as much money as you could on content.
and then the
and
more
to get
time
profitability. And
you have on the
really, the only way
contract,
to do that is to
the
control
more
your
money you'll
costs,
receive
and
for
the
that
number one cost is the
for that
cost of
contract.
content.
So not only are you agreeing to sell it at that price, you're going to receive a premium for opening that contract.
Takeovers. At the same time, you talked about the capital markets being so tight.
Yeah,
and
buy
that
right options.
Maybe we won't see mergers and acquisitions because it would cost them so much
Twice in
to
the same stock.
repair the financing.
That's good. That's what you want to do.
Correct.
You want to be able to
There'll be a
get back
limitation
into something that's
on
already
M&A
stung you.
activity because cost of capital is expensive. The bigger media guys have
Yeah, that's hard. That's something I had to
they
learn.
don't have the balance sheets to be able to do that
Scalping
as well. So they
futures.
may be limited in the kind of deals that they can do, the smaller ones. And the regulatory environment, frankly, isn't
About
isn't
8,300
good
shares,
for media company
$395
consolidation, or even for the
today.
tech companies to come in and buy a large media company. So while we think it's a good thing for the sector to have a bit of consolidation, we're
Oh, you've just been
skeptical that
scalping them
it'll
today?
actually happen in 2023.
Right. And I think about the ad dollars spent, and I was looking through the reports here. Local TV,
389, so it hit your stop limit.
digital got a pop. Radio.
You can lose money.
Oh, that's the wrong way
no,
around.
that's the beauty of writing options. You can't lose
Let me
money.
just make sure I get that right. Local
I mean,
TV's down.
no, what you're doing is you're limiting your upside.
Makes more sense because I was like, wow, radio. Now I got it. Local TV's down.
That's it.
Digital
You're
is
capping
up,
your gains.
and
Anytime
radio.
you sell or write options or
That's a
farm
typical
theta,
recession.
all the same thing.
Yeah,
You're just limiting your profits.
Yeah, great statistics in this report. I really, really like it. S&P Global Ratings and pages and pages.
Did that get trigger that stop limit? Because it hit.
Naveen Sarma, thank you very much. Good to see you.
389. Yeah, it hit it hit 386.
How long will risk aversion rule this
But
market?
it isn't in that middle round.
This is the one I brought it over.
We'll discuss that and global macro strategy.
Big bounce there on the market on everything.
We have a guest for you joining us at the desk coming up. And here's a look at
That's true. You could close them out when you're down on them. But if you're down on it when it comes to expiration, you can always buy them to close them and open up another one with a higher strike, rolling it.
Whether you're an
Happy
experienced
baby.
investor or just getting started, TD Ameritrade offers a webcast that's
Just
right for
welding.
you. Are you a long-term investor?
Did you finish
Our
that?
investing webcast series breaks down different investing styles, including growth, value, income.
That's
and
all
more.
gone, I think.
Best of all, you can ask questions by chatting directly.
Now
with
so
an
gone.
educational coach.
Okay. Right back up, almost green.
See, I see that little thing we're working on.
Well, we do have that engulfing candle on the hourly, and this does look like a bear flag. Bearish MACD, red under the 9. RSI divergence here on the 4-hour. So I think today might be a top of sorts. Oh. My son. You could have been doing it with the GME calls forever, yes. You actually can make money on your positions. You don't have to just sit there and watch the value of your account go up and down with no end in sight. Wait, what's GME? BBBY, big pop there at that support level from earlier. A little bit higher. GME's volume just turned into a penny stock there. Interesting. ATXI. Can you go get my water?
Okay. Oh. Oh. Oh.
Yeah, nice little breakout in ATXI. I might want to add to one of my bearish positions. Oh, that's not actually under the 9. That's VWAP. So we don't have red under the 9 moving average on the hourly here on SPY. SPY is just moving up now. As quick as it moved down, almost. What the heck? What the heck? Jimmy. I feel like this thing, if it breaks 22, I think it could get kind of poppy. Where are they by 39? BBY fully push through VWAP. See what happens at 425 here. What a bullish day after a bullish week. Just huge week, and then Friday a little bit of a red candle, and then just straight back to bullishness on Tuesday, Monday, with a bull flag up 12%. Oh, really? Okay. Oh, okay. Oh. A lot of volume over. Oh, that would definitely cause some. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. That's a pretty serious resistance and support from before. I'm sure the option chain reflects that also. Yeah, 8,000. 11,000 volume today. So GME's setting up. It's getting some action on the options also. There's the break of that 2190. That's just over the support from before. SPY is just still ripping.
Wait.
The tool? Okay.
What does this by something? What does this?
What?
This by
It doesn't bite. It'll grab stuff for you. Just grab stuff.
it grabs at these.
Grab whatever. Safe support at 4. Yeah, I mean, closing above 4 for this week could be quite bullish for the option chain. But I think we probably will. I think it could even close above 6. Or I think we'll hit that 6 range at least. Maybe even higher than close above 6. The gamma ramp can just keep going, basically, until it gets shut down. Jimmy's volume is very strange. It's pretty abnormal price action for this volume on GameStop. It reminds me somewhat of here, kind of after the split, how we just started melting up, low volume. Didn't really get volume until these bigger days. Or even here. This low volume kind of bull flag melting up a bit. So that's kind of what I'm expecting for GME to do, something big after or soon, anytime. But I was anticipating some sort of consolidation before. Doesn't have to work like that. Pray for me. You're just day trading BBBY shares, it sounds like, Alessandro. Go lower to 2. Always depends on time frame. If they are, if it goes to 2, I'm not sure we'll go there without bankruptcy news at this point. Like they are going bankrupt or some sort of liquidation or Chapter 11 news. Take your money. 50% of GME call Wednesday was bought at the ads. Oh, really? Target price? I don't have a target price on BBY. I think this rally could keep going without any news. I just look at resistances really, more or less. The gamma ramp's super juicy. So I think it could double from where it is right now. And double digits potentially if there is some merger acquisition news or some sort of bankruptcy off the table news, or but I really have no idea on price targets. If you look at the fib levels, which we looked at before, it was like, I think it was those same levels. It was like 8 was the first level up, 8 something, 830. Yeah, like this resistance right here. And then it was like 11, or no, 13. Was that the next one up? Yeah, I think the next level up is like 13.3. So those could play out. Yearly gains for a trader? 15%? Yeah, that'd be... I mean, if you can consistently do 15%, you're outperforming a lot. Nick? .5% down. Oh yeah, not bad. Heavy's still pretty hot. This might be what a tear looks like tomorrow. This is today on a tear, this is tomorrow. AMST still holding up at 17%, huh? GME rejecting that breakout on silly low volume. And BBY just sticking with the consolidation, huh? Sure. Sticking with that consolidation. Yeah. I think the top, I think we're seeing kind of a top though on SPY today. Consolidation or down. Double doji candle could signify reversal. On the daily, did hit that important 400 level, kind of hitting the other shoulder on this head and shoulders, double head shoulders. But this is kind of timing the top type analysis, so it'll take time for the moving averages and that sort of thing to play out. Today's volume looks pretty light too. We've got about an hour and 10 minutes. The decreasing volume yesterday, yeah. We'll see. Yeah, PPI tomorrow. There's some data tomorrow, but not a whole lot this week. Probably just some volatility in the overall trend. How's APRN doing? Did it sell everything off? No, not bad. 5%. Yeah, it still doesn't look too bad. See what happens when CNS closes. Curious what AMC does. Looks like it's gonna dump. Little percent. Don't you have problems like wash sales and stuff coming in and out of the same ticker? We don't. That's part of the risk with it for sure. A tear, is it moving back up? Yes. Oh, I turned VWAP off. What in the world? There. Oh, it really just held around VWAP and now it's moving back up. Okay. I think I'm gonna add to my short. You can do it on here. Oh, yeah, good. The fact that it's not red under the 9 moving average yet. I don't like that as much, but this is a bit of a bear flag. That is engulfing. We have that divergence. At least slowing down the uptrend. Not some reversal. Okay, I'm gonna do it. Add it to my short. Yeah, 1% a day is definitely good if you can consistently do it. Microcap pump can last until the next data set, I imagine. Next big data set. Till something slaps it. CP lie that wasn't expected. Al raising more than expected. What about Wayfair? Yeah, that chart looks pretty nice too. I broke that resistance. Yeah, this could be. This one, I don't remember if this one had big moves before. That was a big day. We actually saw an AMC positioning for CNS. Which action? Yeah, GME has been lagging. With that said, it's been extremely bullish for its low volume. Yeah, BB still looks nice. I think I still like a tear up to 180 and 2. Okay, good, I rejected it. I'm wanting a better entry though. Carvana's up 2%. I gave myself no headroom on my cover calls on this. I just wanted a winner. I bought it like 798. I sold an 8 call. I'm gonna get profit on this thing. Maybe buying it back today actually be a good idea. Cover calls up 63% on Carvana. That's pretty bullish, right? That chart looks pretty good. My BBBY cover call is down still. This thing's been down literally all day. Alright, I probably should close it tomorrow. I have the opportunity. I'm still kind of figuring that out, MT. Yeah, I haven't had to live off my trading, fortunately. Unfortunately, because now I've come to the place I think I kind of need to, so a lot more pressure. But yeah, one account is long-term stuff I don't touch for the most part. I'll add to it. Maybe cover calls in it, and then my trading account. And then I have 2 other accounts that are theta farming accounts, more or less. LY. L. EMH. What the heck is this? What, Hennessy? Oh, I don't even know if I get that on here. LVMHF is all I get. Yeah, that's a good idea. I've got a Roth IRA also, but it's nice to trade in that account because there's no wash sales. But yeah, separate it somehow. I've found I need money that is I just hide it from myself in some sort of investment. Because the monies that aren't hidden, that's not hidden from me, it just disappears. Spy's coming back down here. That Bath not making the move down yet. GME is just shut off at that resistance.
And then I'm rooming this.
You're rooming it? That's pretty cool. Then when I seen 140 and more, I looked into it. Yep, Alessandro, it's a long story. GME is a long story. Apple? You just throwing out random tickers with question marks? Is that what you want me to show? Apple. There it is. Stop it, Donro. That goes against my bearish SPY thesis. All right, 1 minute. Yeah, I make a tiny amount on YouTube. It covers like, well, this last month, because my pool had a leak, it usually covers about half my water bill. That gives you any idea. Yes, bearish. Yeah, volume tapering. Exactly. Yes. Thank you. Exactly. Same with SPY. Volume's been tapering. All right, there it is. Seeing us close. Got a little bounce there on it. The mailing list here just look up on the top. Okay, another random girl. Scorpio tankers. Yeah, it looks like it's found a top. Little head and shoulders there. MACD's bearish. Bankrupt Revlon is up today.
I saw the book.
If you guys are for health day for it, for you.
I just heard this off of
Oh, buddy.
a slow thing.
Thanks, Alessandro. 4.5 would be pretty bullish close today. Oh, before close. Oh, that's possible. Selling 28 cash gear puts. Oh. Has to be a better way. No, netting 6 to 8K a month in the stock market. You're doing better than 90% of retail. And you've also been doing that in the worst market since the Great Recession of 2008. No, that was the tool. You're selling not 20 and 30 delta. You're just doing the wheel on it. That seems pretty aggressive strikes. If you can discipline yourself not to give into the FOMO, which seems like you have, then you will be successful in the long term. People that show you huge gains quickly generally are ones that have either been in it very long or have been successful over a long term. And if they have, then they've got other money set aside. And they just have some YOLO funds, which, yeah, you could FOMO with a small portion of gains if you're able. You got to be disciplined about not making it more than that. Okay, fire sale, thanks. Yeah, got it. Economics University? Tony Milan? Investing and trading? Patience? Yeah. Full call spreads? Selling 20 cash secured puts. You're selling covered calls also? Naked covered calls, or do you have shares? MT. Well, that's what a consolidation day looks like, more or less, even though BBY is up 12, almost 13%. Crazy. That's bullish consolidation. GDM. You want me to ban myself in Discord? That's me. Or you're just saying impersonators. Yeah, if someone on Discord is offering you service, it's not me, and you shouldn't be accepting services from people on the internet. Anyways. Oh, okay. So you're doing covered calls in your shares. I see. Use the 40K to do cash secured puts. No, it's a great way.
I'll go see if they're back.
They're not. If you want to capitalize more safely.
I heard a garage open.
What I've done.
Well, that was the garage.
What I've done to BBY is moving up here. Oh, it's getting poppy. So certainly you've had to roll cover calls at times, right? If you've just been doing, I mean, I don't know how many months you've been doing this, but with GME's volatile runs to the upside, if you're always have exposure to covered calls, then you must have had to roll them or something. But that being said, if you want more exposure or want to make more on the runs, you could always flip some or all of your cash secured puts just into shares and just swing trade the shares on the upside. And then I don't know how you're able to stay out of the money on cash secured puts on some of the violent drops GME has also. Unless you're just way out of the money. So that's something I've successfully done once. Failed at once. Where my cash secured puts, I closed them and just opened shares and then sold the shares at the top. Because you get a lot more make a lot more profit just holding the shares and selling them than rolling cash secured puts. Yeah, still volume on Bed Bath.
here. They're here.
Um, 15 minutes to close, and just tighter and tighter consolidation. Having impersonator. Does it really? That's awesome. It doesn't say that, does it? ATXI still ripping? Yeah, new high. It's kind of right at that resistance though, huh? From back here. Or kind of hit there at least. Yeah, I would take profits on that. GME coming down. SPY's coming down. BBY a little bit as well. The drops I just get assigned. Sell 0.8 cover calls in them. 0.8? Wow. That's aggressive. I guess that's how you've been able to profit so much. But if you get assigned on the beginning of a rip, 0.8 cover call is not going to cover you at all. Fine VIX, both red, just the way we like to see it. Oh, good job.
It was,
Okay. Okay, yeah, good job. Uh-oh. Trash. I'll throw it.
oh, I said, oh. Egg.
BBIG. I know that one is coming down here. Good. Yeah, it's tomorrow's T+2. Potentially a big move. And with how well it's consolidated and held up, I'm pretty bullish on BBY this week and next week. This is more bullish today than I was expecting for today. But day's not over, I guess. 45 minutes. Could still see a move like this. But that started at 1. Probably not test the lows of the day. Potentially these lows though.
Be on the show.
Happy New Year. It's great to be back.
September. And one of the more interesting things, a great discussion, one of the things that stood out to me from our discussion was about how you guys had turned more overweight in the bond market for your macro fund.
Or
FIG,
385.
but you also wanted to caution investors not to get too levered up to bonds at this juncture. So how are you threading that needle right now? And what do you think's happening in fixed income?
Well, I think from a fixed income standpoint, we're clearly
So
approaching
Ace,
the end
my
of Federal
pool
Reserve's
had
hiking cycle.
pretty bad leaks.
The ECB has announced that they are considering slowing the pace. We've heard multiple Fed presidents indicate
Oh, yeah, there's ECB he's talking
interested
about.
in slowing the pace.
So I replaced the lights, replaced one, and then like a month later I replaced the other one. And I didn't realize how it worked in there. But it's basically just like almost like caulking, but it's not caulk, it's like epoxy, but it's water weld, which is like a paste. You can apply it underwater. Anyways, that's all it's holding in the wires, and that has to be watertight because that's just like conduit that goes out into your junction box for the low voltage. So when I replaced the lights, I replaced like the whole housing and everything. Well, not the housing, but I don't know. It's an old 50s housing. I just replaced the light itself. And I don't need to mess with the housing. But anyways, I was pulling on the wires at some point and it just kind of cracked all this whole mound of paste basically around the wires that go into the housing. And I guess that's all it's holding the water in. What the heck? So got my my scuba steep goggles on, and I like put new paste all in them or whatever, compound, and I was like, I don't think that did it. Oh, and one of the screw holes, I put it in there too. So it could have been out of the screw holes and then also where the wires come with the lights. Not for the lights. But I was like, that seems pretty minor. Like if that's what it is, then I definitely didn't fully fix the leak because I can't see how that's watertight, but yeah, it did. So if it's leaking, it's extremely slow, like less than a normal evaporation. So it might not really be leaking at all. Crazy. Maybe test 395. Yeah, I'm not expecting to hold above 4, but it doesn't really matter a whole lot today. Market makers are, I mean, they're constantly hedged, so we're not seeing new hedging going until we make new levels. Like if we break that 450, we'll start to hedge up there more. And it's the downside too. Upstart. Yeah, it's tough not to get emotional about different stocks, tickers. Depends on the ticker. I didn't mean for it to sound like that, but that's true. Maybe they're not hedging. That was part of the speculation that they're not even hedging. I guess we can't confirm that. So they continue to do whatever they're doing. Huck is liking Roku and Docu, huh? What about Bros, Huck? Yeah, this looks like the same freaking chart again we've been seeing. So yeah, this could have a good move. This isn't as squeezy as the other ones, though. Docu looks a little different. I don't like that one as much. Kind of at a double top. I'm gonna have to do a video soon. I don't think any crazy moves are gonna happen. The crazy moves today was AMC actually, 17%. Out of nowhere. Tear. Very nice today. I wait for tomorrow to get some shares on a tear. Man, Hellbiz looks like it's fine to hold this one for the long term, but kind of hoping to just get a nice rip trade out of it. Didn't move up with the other ones. Carvana still looks bullish. Yeah, it looks nice. About Manu? Yeah. What about freaking bros, man? Eyes coming down here. 40 minutes left. If you guys haven't subscribed and thumbs up, do it. Do it. Do it. Do it. Those. Do it. At the end of the day, it doesn't. It still matters, I think. Do it. Do it. Do it. Yeah, that's gonna do it for me on the stream. I'm gonna recap trades today and price action and stocks and TA and outlook for this week on the video. Oh, you're talking, I thought you were talking about Ace, I thought you were talking about Pickle. That he has a concrete wall around him with no leaks and cracks. Okay, yeah, there's a 4-foot wall around mine. No leaks. Around your lights? Before the plug? Well. Oh my gosh. That's some commercial Mexican pool craziness. Yeah, I can't argue with bros. All right, thanks guys. Thanks for your subs and your likes, and thanks for watching, participation. Yeah, it's been fun. I'll have a video out in like 45 minutes, and maybe we'll be squeezing by then. That would be righteous. Okay, peace out. Oh, sub up, like up, comment down. Happy money sticks around. Here's our Discord. You jump on there. Link for that, it's in the description, and our Twitter as well. Also in there too. Once someone there to save someone's life. See you down the row.